The 70th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Today, the chamber will be led in prayer by distinguished colleague Senator J.V. Ejercito.
Dear Heavenly Father, we seek your divine presence as we gather in this honorable chamber. Lord, we ask your guidance and wisdom to navigate the challenges facing our nation.
Hindi
In
na.
your holy scriptures,
Wala na.
we find solace and strength. As it is written in Psalm 46, verse 1, God is our refuge and strength, an ever-present help in trouble. Panginoon Diyos, humaharap kami sa inyo ngayon na may kababaang loob, na kinikilala ang mga hamon na hinaharap ng aming bansa, partikular na sa West Philippine Sea. Hinihiling namin ang inyong banal na tulong upang matatag kaming manindigan sa pagtutol sa aming soberenya sa mga karagatang ito. Bigyan mo kami ng lakas at pagkakaisa para itaguyod ang katarungan kasama ang aming mga kapwa bansa na magtanggol sa karapatan ng aming mga mangingisda at tauhang militar. Sa iyong walang hanggang awa, patubayan nawa mo kami patungo sa kapayapaan at kaligtasan sa mga dagat na ito na nagbabalot ng gulo. Lord, amidst the scorching heat that grips our land, we humbly seek your mercy and intervention. Grant us relief from the sweltering temperatures and safeguard our communities from the effects of extreme weather. May your grace provide comfort and resilience to those affected, and may we, as stewards of your creation, work diligently to mitigate the impacts of climate change. With faith in your providence, we offer these prayers, trusting in your divine wisdom to guide our actions and decisions. Instill in us, O Lord, a sense of responsibility and duty to the people we serve, reflecting your teachings on justice, compassion, and fairness. Guide us to pass bills that are rooted in a genuine desire to uplift and improve the lives of our kababayans. Panginoon, nihahandog namin sa iyo ang sesyon na ito at ang aming mga tungkulin. Naway ang inyong kabanalan na karunungan at biyaya ay patubayan, nawa kami sa aming paglilingkod sa bayan, higit sa lahat sa aming mamamayang Pilipino. Sa ngalan ni Jesus, Amen.
Amen. Secretary, please call the roll of members.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator Dela Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes, with 23 senators physically present, 1 senator virtually present, for a total number of 24 senators, a perfect attendance, the chair declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we continue, may I just be allowed to acknowledge some guests from the gallery. We have with us graduate students of the State University of Northern Negros, guest of Senator Gatchalian, guest of Senator Pia Cayetano, Padel Pilipinas team of Senator Pia Cayetano, our players and coaches. They are all here today. We have with us guests of Senator Legarda, LGU officials of Baybay Leyte, led by Mayor Jose Carlos Cari. We have with us also Mayor Joanna Ong of San Vicente, Camarines Norte, guest of Senator J.V. Ejercito, guest of Senator Tolentino, LGU officials from the province of Pangasinan, led by Mayor Leo De Vera of San Jacinto and Mayor Ricardo Balderas of Lawak, Mr. President. We welcome all of them, especially, Mr. President, our guest for today, the family of our idol, former Senator Rene Sagisag, led by his children, Attorney Rene Andre Rebo Sagisag, Miss Larissa Montserrat Sagisag, Mr. Benedict Alexander Sagisag, Mr. Lawrence Mikhail Sagisag, Miss Christine Sagisag Miroy, together with his grandchildren and the rest of the family, and former staff and friends, led by his former Chief of Staff, Cristina Salinas Manzano. We welcome all of them in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen, especially the family of the late great Senator Rene Saguisag they're here today with us. We appreciate you coming and visiting these halls of the Senate. Welcome to your Senate.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider proposed Senate Resolution number 1009, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution numbers 1010, 1012, 1014, and 1017. This is the resolution expressing the sincere condolences of the Senate on the death of former Senator Rene Saguisag. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the motion is approved. We ask the Secretary to read the title of the measure.
Resolution expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate on the death of former Senator Rene Saguisag.
Mr. President,
Ask for a minute
may I ask for
suspension.
minute suspension? Thank you. President, to sponsor the measure, may we recognize our inspirational leader of the Senate, Senate President Mig Zubiri, to deliver his sponsorship speech.
Our Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri is recognized.
Maraming salamat sa ating Majority Leader at maraming salamat, Mr. President. Yeah, may we ask
Order.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'd just like to ask our dear colleagues to listen to the eulogies and sponsorships of these resolutions in honoring our dear former colleague, Senator Rene Saguisag. Mr. President, I am one with the whole country in honoring the brilliant life and legacy of Senator Rene Saguisag. He was a man of true honor, dignity, and integrity, dedicating his life in pursuit of justice and fairness for all our people, whether through his work here in the Senate or through such initiatives as the Free Legal Assistance Group, or FLAG, and the Movement of Attorneys for Brotherhood, Integrity, and Nationalism, or MABINI. He was a man of the people and a man for the people. He dedicated his life to fighting for those who had less in life and those who could not fight for themselves. In return, he sailed into the Senate on a wave of a remarkable campaign that was fully run by volunteers. Apparently, not a single peso was spent. A single peso was spent. The whole country just came together behind him, and this was a staggering level of public trust and support that we are unlikely to ever see again. Senator Saguisag may have only spent a single term in the Senate, but he left behind such a sizable impact as a legislator committed to upholding the highest standards of public service through landmark legislation, such as the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees and the Ombudsman Act. And let me reiterate this simple truth, Your Honors. When I was there during the wake of Senator Saguisag, I was able to listen to his son, Attorney Revo. And the reason why he only did one term in the Senate is that he wished to only do one term in the Senate. He did not seek re-election. He did not lose re-election. He did not seek re-election because he did not want to be in the limelight, but he just wanted to help the administration of then Corazon Aquino. He could have easily won a second term, Mr. President, but he did not want to take that path, and he wanted to stay simple and pure as a lawyer for the masses. So, my dear colleagues, his legacy of service and excellence continues to be the benchmark of many young lawyers and public servants to this day. Once again, our deepest condolences and sympathies to the family of Senator Rene Sagisag at maraming salamat po, Senator Sagisag, sa inyong inspirasyon. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is our distinguished Senate President pro tempore, no other than Senator Lauren Legarda. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Senate President pro tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today, with heavy hearts, we gather to honor the memory and legacy of an individual who embodied selfless service to the Filipino people, of giving more to those who have less. Senator Sagisag's journey was one defined by humility and resilience. From an early age, he knew the value of hard work and perseverance. While walking through the halls of college and law school as a student, he juggled the weight of textbooks and the burdens of labor, working as a checker, laborer, construction site guard, and messenger, displaying an exemplary work ethic that would define his illustrious career. Yet, it was not merely Senator Sagisag's work ethic that distinguished him. More than his professional achievements, it was his unwavering moral compass and steadfast advocacy for integrity, accountability, and human rights that set him apart. In times of darkness, he found purpose in fearlessly championing the cause of justice and speaking out for the abused, oppressed, even at the risk of his own life. In 1987, he ran for the Senate armed not with riches but with principle. Vowing to serve a single term, he gracefully stepped away from public office when his term ended in 1992, but not without imprinting his mark. As a legislator, he authored landmark legislation that upheld the highest standards of public service and accountability. His contributions, including the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees, and the Ombudsman Act of 1989, continue to shape the fabric of our democracy and governance. Beyond his tenure as a legislator, Senator Sagisag continued to dedicate his time and talent to noble causes for our nation. As an educator, he imbued young Filipino minds with legal wisdom and virtue. As a writer, his words danced across pages, engaging deeply with pressing national issues, sparking thought-provoking conversations. As we bid farewell to Senator Rene Sagisag, let us remember his courage, his compassion, unshakable resolve in the enduring power of justice and democracy. His legacy will tower on as an inspiration to us and the future generations of public servants and legal practitioners. Thank you, Senator Sagisag, for a life well lived and a legacy that will continue to guide us all.
Maraming salamat, Senator Lauren Legarda.
Mr. President, next to deliver his sponsorship speech is our Majority Leader, Senator Joel Villanueva. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished Majority Floor Leader, the hardworking Senator Joel Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Mr. President, dear colleagues, I rise today with great sorrow and grief, but also with gratitude to honor the life and express the profound sympathy of this august chamber on the death of the Honorable Senator Rene Sagisag. This representation is fortunate to have encountered Senator Sagisag in his lifetime. In this lifetime, Mr. President, my advocacies were inspired by his work and his compassion for ordinary Filipino workers. Like Senator Sagisag, his son and our good friend, Attorney Rebo, who is also the UAAP Executive Director. And I also share the same passion, not just for public service, because he is a second-termer councilor of the great city of Makati. And we share the same passion, not just for public service, but also in basketball and sports development, Mr. President. We thank his children for accepting today our invitation to be with us. We extend our sincerest condolences to Attorney Rebo, Sir Nonoy, Miss Lara, Sir Lawrence, and Miss Kaisa, and to the entire family. The Senate of the Philippines and the entire nation are with you as we mourn the loss of your father, an extraordinary public servant whose courage and commitment never wavered. They say, Mr. President, that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. I say, I have never seen anyone who fought as hard and as fiercely as Tito Sen Rene Sagisag in bending this proverbial arc to bring justice to the oppressed, the downtrodden, and the poor and disenfranchised Filipinos. He is the gold standard in the legal community, an honest and good-natured lawyer and human rights defender. He provided legal assistance to victims of human rights abuses during the martial law period. Senator Rene was a prominent member of the Free Legal Assistance Group, founded in 1974 by distinguished senators and legal luminaries Jose W. Jocno and Lorenzo Tañada. They handled various cases against law enforcers accused of killing peasants, activists, and journalists. They would eventually start a movement, the Movement of Attorneys for Brotherhood, Integrity, and Nationalism Incorporated, or MABINI, whose cases have led to landmark Supreme Court decisions. He was also generous with his time and talents as he helped shape the legal minds of young Filipinos through his work as a professor of constitutional law and human rights law at San Beda. Mr. President, Senator Sagisag lived a modest and principled life from which the ordinary Filipino can draw inspiration. While attending his undergraduate and law classes at San Beda College, he worked as a checker, a laborer, a construction site guard, and a messenger to make ends meet. His brilliance and determination landed him a full scholarship to the prestigious Harvard University, where he earned his Master of Law degree. The ordinary boy from Pasig and Mauban, Quezon, went on to become one of the best legislators that our beloved institution has ever had. Senator Sagisag has gone home to our Lord. He's no longer with us, but he left the Filipino people an enduring legacy to learn from, to aspire, to abide by, and to pin our hopes on. He authored 2 landmark legislations, Mr. President, to uphold the integrity and highest standards in public service. Republic Act number 6713, or the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees, and Republic Act number 6770, or the Ombudsman Act of 1989. Mr. President, please allow me to share excerpts of his sponsorship speech on the Ethical Standards for Public Officers Bill in 1987. And I quote, the bill elevates the commitment to public interest, justness and fairness, political neutrality, responsiveness to the public, nationalism, commitment to democracy, and simple living as ethical principles which must be upheld by all public servants. It also imposes penalties on violations of the Act to serve as a constant reminder to those who may be tempted to betray the public trust and find meaningless the truism that public service to a greater extent is indeed its own reward. The hope is that this bill will help effect structural as well as attitudinal or behavioral changes. The hope is that it will help lay down the proper moral infrastructure in a long and rocky road. The hope is that it will provide a moral compass, an ethical fixed star to help us find our way. Mr. President, dear colleagues, Senator Sagisag embodied these words throughout his life. He started his career in public service without having to spend a single centavo during the election. While in office, he never allowed himself to be consumed or tempted by power. While in office, he never allowed himself to be consumed or tempted by anything. He said in an interview, it was not hard to give up power because he told himself and even his staff And I quote, "We are only here for a short visit." And even when he was no longer a legislator, he never stopped serving the public. The Honorable Senator Sagisag was indeed, in every sense of the word, honorable, Mr. President. This enduring legacy, this example that he set, will serve as a beacon to current and future public servants. To paraphrase him, his life and legacy will always be a fixed star to guide us and help us find our way. In closing, Mr. President, let me share to the body one of the phrases that Senator Sagisag liked to use in his speeches and interviews. The beautiful Spanish phrase, "Amor con amor se paga." Love is repaid with love. He believed that he was elected by the Filipino people out of love and gratitude. And he repaid this with love, as best exemplified by his work and commitment to serve. Today, Mr. President, we commit to repay the love and devotion he has shown to his country and his people by honoring his memory and his legacy and following his example. Again, we offer our deepest sympathy to his family. Thank you, Attorney Rebo, Sir Nonoy, Ms. Lara, Sir Lawrence, and Ms. Kaisa for sharing your father with us and with the whole nation. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Thank you.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the good gentleman from the great city of San Juan, no other than Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator Jinggoy Estrada, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my dear colleagues, good afternoon. Last April 23, 2024, our country lost a highly respected lawmaker, a great human rights champion, a man of principle, a loyal friend, and a true statesman. Former Senator Rene Sagisag was a young boy from Quezon Province who became a student journalist, professor, prominent human rights lawyer, main figure of the Parliament of the Streets, and a well-regarded legislator. When he was still practicing law and human rights victims pro bono, his imprint here in the Senate would always prove that Senator Sagisag has a brilliant, exceptional mind worthy to be etched in the annals of history. His contribution and achievements for our country may have escaped the consciousness of the young people, but his legacy, not just here in the Senate, but also as a prolific lawyer, writer, and critic, would always reverberate across generations. History would always be fair to Senator Rene Sagisag. We may not always agree with him at times, but we always listen to him, as his masterpieces always picked our minds. Just like me, Senator Sagisag has been actively attending UAAP basketball games. After all, his son, Attorney Rebo Sagisag, is the executive director of the country's premier collegiate league. And I wish to say to those whose lives were touched by him, we will continue to tell his stories of bravery, compassion, and patriotism. Paalam, Senador Rene Sagisag. Salamat.
Maraming salamat, Senator Estrada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. would just like to insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech. May I just
Yes.
place that into the records, Mr.
We
President?
take note of the manifestation.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is this distinguished lady from the great city of Makati, no other than Senator Nancy Binay. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
The senator from the city of Makati, no other than Senator Nancy Binay, is recognized.
Mr. President, esteemed colleagues, Senator Rene Augusto V. Sagisag may have just served for one term, but his legislative track record is such that it is still talked about admiringly to this day. He was one of the lead authors of Republic Act No. 6713, or Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees. an important law that reflects the kind of life that public servants must aspire to, and Republic Act Number 6770, or the Ombudsman Act of 1989, providing a mechanism for our people to demand accountability from those in public service who abuse their authority. He was also one of the Magnificent 12 who vehemently opposed the continued stay of the U.S. military bases in the country. He lived his whole life serving the people. As an advocate of the people, he was a leading light during martial law, a staunch defender of human rights who helped those who needed legal representation through the Free Legal Assistance Group, or FLAG, and movement of attorneys for the advancement of brotherhood, nationalism, and integrity, or MABINI. He was also the presidential spokesperson and legal counsel of former President Corazon Aquino. Nagkaroon ako ng front seat view sa pagmamahal ni Senator Sagisag sa kanyang bayan at sa ating mga kababayan, at sa dedikasyon niya na magbigay ng katarungan sa mga biktima ng pang-aabuso. Noong bata po ako, bitbit ako ng aking ama sa trabaho niya sa Parliament of the Streets bilang miyembro ng FLAG at MABINI. Doon ko po nasaksihan si Senator Sagisag na babad sa trabaho, abala sa pagdalaw sa mga political detainees, pagsama sa mga rally sa kalsada, pakikipagpulong kina Labor Secretary kawang gawa at pakikipagkapwa, nagsilbi siyang inspirasyon sa marami sa ating mga kababayan. Senator Sagisag stood for justice, fairness, humility, and for demanding the highest standards of himself and those who would serve the people. And he lived by this even in the face of threats to his life and way of living. He was never a politician, but he will always be a statesman. Tunay siyang naging sagisag na kung ano dapat ang lingkod bayan. Naalala ko pa na noong panahon na binubuo ang koalisyong Partidong Lakas ng Bayan o Laban at ng PDP, Partidong Demokratiko ng Pilipinas noong dekada 80, halos nagsisiksikan sina former Senator Nene Pimentel, Senator Joker Arroyo, former SP Jovi Salonga, Mrs. Sonia Rocco, at ang aking ama sa maliit na Volkswagen Beetle ni Senator Sagisag. Ang mismong Volkswagen Beetle ding iyon ang kanyang gamit noong siya'y nahalal bilang senador noong 1987 hanggang matapos ang kanyang termino noong 1992. Senator Sagisag's Beetle was a personification of his humility. The Beetle carried itself with a gentle demeanor, humbly saying simplicity in public service. Amidst the lure of wealth, power, and fame, Senator Sagisag's Volkswagen Beetle remained a timeless symbol of his modesty, a steadfast companion on the journey of life, inviting every public servant to embrace simplicity and humility in a world often blinded by excess. And like his trusty Volkswagen Beetle, he quietly embodied the essence of simplicity and humility, never seeking attention but always earning admiration. Kilala siya bilang Senator Sagisag, pero para po sa akin, siya si Tito Rene. Kabasketball ng aking ama at kasama sa pakikibaka sa lansangan. Sa mga naiwan ni Tito Rene, Debo, Lara, Nonoy, Lawrence at Kaisa. Alam ninyong karga din ng aming pamilya ang pinagdadaanan ninyong pagdadalamhati. Tito Rene, maraming salamat sa habang buhay na pagsisilbi sa ating bayan. Rest well, Tito Rene. Finally, magkasama na kayong magsasayaw muli ni Tita Dulce. Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Nancy Binay.
Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Rosa Hontiveros. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Rosa Hontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Karene Sagisag. I will always regret not taking Benedict Sagisag up on his invitation last February to swing by SM by the Bay, MOA, on a weekday morning when he and his papa, former Senator Rene Sagisag, would sun. I had planned to surprise Karene in the second week of March, but a Commission on Appointments hearing came up, and so on and so forth, week after week, until irreversibly he was gone. It has been said that there is nothing sadder in life than vain regrets. Perhaps that is why Karene had such joie de vivre, because he had none of those. He seemed to do what needed to be done in the moment. So he did, as one of our opposition leaders during martial law and the anti-dictatorship struggle. So he did, as one of the Magnificent 12 who voted the RPUS Bases Treaty down. So he still seemed to do in the brilliant sunset of his life. We texted each other for several years. He esteemed his colleagues and was so funny, referring to former Senator Bobby Tanyada while discussing in June 2017 his being one of the ex-senator petitioners in a mandamus case in the Supreme Court. Karene deprecated in his telegraphic way, "Tuta ako ni Bobby. His wish, my command." Photos that I love were taken of us the following month, walking into the joint session of Congress in the House of Representatives, where we opposed, in vain, Duterte's extension of martial law in Mindanao. Karene radiated the brilliance of Aslan the Lion in the Chronicles of Narnia on that dark morning in our nation's recent history, guiding a juvenile lion in the den of authoritarian governance. I sent him the photos. Like an old-fashioned and again self-deprecating gentleman, he thanked me. "Thanks for the pics, beauty. Who's the beast?" He was concerned about people beyond our shared work. After my bunso was confined in the hospital in September 2018, even though he himself was already always in Makati Medical Center then, he asked, "Kay na anak mo?" When I praised him for his article on Ka Tani Tanyada and Ka Pepe Jokno in ANCX in April 2019, he replied, "How sweet naman. Thank you very many, haha. You have made very good moves yourself. Keep the torch burning." Non sibi sed patriae, not self, but country. Apparently his life's motto, and he practiced what he preached. When I apologized for being late for our meeting here at the Senate 4 months later, he reassured, not to bother, lunch on the road. Then, meets in Pancake and Luke Yuen. "Hold the lechong baka!" Sa dismissal na, referring to the case in which he was my lawyer and in which ever the hopeful one, full of humor and joy, he delivered on the hope. And when I thanked him for delivering a dismissal in February 2020, he mock bewailed, "You mean I can no longer visit you in jail? Nor can I tease, Solicitor General, any longer?" Even after a legal victory, he could deliver a linguistic and humorous coup de grace with his rapier-sharp wit. Non sibi sed patriae, not self but country. Not many have loved inang bayan with a greater self-denial. Perhaps even fewer have done so without losing their personal loving touch. I will miss you, Karene. Not just saying goodbye to you, but saying hello and tuloy ang laban in the many battles that still lie ahead. Please watch over us like Saint Michael the Archangel, like a lion's spirit casting timidity out of our hearts. I wish I had something more to say, but there is only more to be done.
Maraming salamat. Senator Risa Hontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next to co-sponsor the measures, the gentleman from Camarines Norte and Nueva Ecija, no other than Senator Robin Hood Padilla. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo at sa ating pinunong mayorya. Gusto ko lamang pong iparating sa buong lupon ng Senado na ako po ay nagnanais na maging bahagi ng resolusyon na ito. Makasama po ang ating Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, Senator Joel Villanueva, Senator Loren Legarda, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel Jr., Senator Ramon Bong Revilla, Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada, Senator Nancy Binay, at Senator Risa Hontiveros. Ang aking pong karanasan na kay Senator Rene Sagisag ay personal po. Sapagkat nung panahon, nung ako po ay nasa kalagitnaan ng paglilitis ng ating mga korte, at nung ako po ay nabigyan ng sentensya ng mababang korte, nagulat na lamang po ako nung bigla akong kinontak ni Senator Rene Sagisag at sinabi po niya na nais niya po akong tulungan at maging abogado ko sa Court of Appeals. Ang sabi, natatandaan ko pa po yun, nung nag-meeting kami, sabi ko po sa kanya, paano po yan, attorney, parang ako po ay iniipit na. Ang sabi niya, ang lahat ng Pilipino, ang lahat ng tao ay may karapatan. At yan ang ipaglalaban ko, yung karapatan mo. Dahil yung nangyari sa'yo ay trial by publicity. Hindi ko po yun makakalimutan sapagkat hindi ko po siya kilala. Pero siya po mismo ang nakipag-usap, siya ang humanap ng paraan para kami po ay makapag-usap at siya po ay naging abogado ko. Kaya po, inihiling ko po sa inyo na makasama po ako sa resolusyon na ito at buong puso po ako at buong kaisipan at kaluluwa na nakikiramay po sa pamilya ni Senator Rene Cayetano. Maraming salamat.
Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the gentleman from Isabela and Davao Region, Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the provinces of Isabela and Davao Region is recognized, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
Mr. President, I would like to say a few words in honor of the late Senator Rene Sagisag. I do not personally know Senator Sagisag, but I know him by reputation, by what others have said about him, and by his constant presence as a voice of reason when it comes to matters of public concern. The late Senator Agapito Boots Aquino once said that Senator Sagisag was the conscience of the Senate. That's a label that comes with great expectations. Ang konsensya, kung tutusin, ay ang boses na nagsasabi kung ano ang tama at mali, ano ang mabuti at masama. I'm not surprised that his colleagues in the Senate viewed him as such. He is, after all, known for being principled and morally upright. Even after his stint in public service, I hear him voicing out his opinions on TV and in his newspaper commentaries regarding political issues. He calls a spade, and he does not mince words even when it involves allies and friends. I admire him the most for how easily he let go of power and went back to private life. He knew what public service is. He gave his all when the people asked it of him. But when it was time to go, he was at peace with it. And lastly, Mr. President, I would like to extend my heartfelt and deepest sympathy to the family of Senator Rene Sagisag. Senator Rene Sagisag, saludo po ako sa inyo. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator
Mr.
Raffy
President, next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished lady from the great city of Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Pia Cayetano. I move that she be recognized.
My distinguished colleague, the chairperson of the Committee on the Blue Ribbon Committee, Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was in UP in the 1980s, and like every UP student, we know the name Rene Sagisag. I was not even in law school yet when we would hear about the fights that he took upon himself, and obviously during those times, Mr. President, there were many opportunities for students to look up to men and women that they could admire and emulate. And then I became a law student, Mr. President, and the more I had a deeper understanding of the kind of work that men like Rene Sagisag did, men and women like Rene Sagisag. He used his knowledge of the law to protect the oppressed. In fact, Mr. President, his family, one of his family members was quoted as saying, he used his knowledge, he used his expertise in the law as a means to serve the poor and the disenfranchised. Mr. President, I'm reminded of a biblical passage that is very close to my heart. It is a passage that I struggled with when I was a young child because it spoke of a master. The story is it's a master who was leaving, and he gave his servants, in some versions it says coins, in other versions it says talents. So he gave his three servants these money, coins, talents. It's also referred to as mina. And then he left. And then when he came back, he asked his servants, "What have you done with what I left you?" And the first servant actually invested what he was given by his master, and he was able to return tenfold the talents or money that his master left him. The second servant was able to return fivefold what his master left him. But the third servant said, "I was scared and I buried what I was given." So as a child, I always wondered, ano ba yun? Di ba dapat itago mo nga, i-preserve mo yung binigay sa'yo? But as I got older, I learned that what this parable really meant is that we are supposed to use the talents that God give us. And so I was reminded of this when I learned about the death of the former senator and heard the words that his family left, that he used his talent to help the oppressed. Mr. President, we in the Senate are all given an opportunity to use our talents for the Filipino people. And we look at the men and women who were senators before us. Rene Sagisag was a senator in 1987 to 1992. That's about the time I and the minority floor leader were in law school. And I never had a chance to work with him. But when I became a senator in my late 30s, I then met him, and I was so surprised because, like, the image I had of him was a feisty, matapang, matalino, walang takot, and kasama syempre dun sa matalino, mayabang, kasi you have to believe in yourself, you have to have that courage and the confidence that you believe in what you're fighting for. But when I met him, and I met him many, many times, he was always so kind and humble. And I realized that a lot of great men have humble spirits, but they need to rise above this sense of humility to be able to fight for the things that they believe in. So the late Rene Sagisag is a man I truly honor for the kind of humble person he truly is, but the fighter he has to be when he needs to be a fighter. I pray for his family that they may have the peace of heart during this difficult time, knowing that they had a great man for a father, a grandfather, a father-in-law, for his staff who are also here, that they worked with such an honorable man. And I pray that this will give them strength in the days and the years to come. And rest assured that we will always remember these kind of people who fight for the Filipino people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished lady from the great province of Pangasinan, Iloilo, and the city of San Juan, Senator Grace Poe. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the provinces of Pangasinan, Iloilo, and San Juan, Senator Grace Poe is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is an honor to be standing in the same halls where a distinguished public servant in the person of former Senator Rene Saguisag has served for more than 30 years ago. I will always remember Senator Saguisag as the person who stood with me unconditionally, lending his wit and wisdom when I was in court for my foundling and citizenship issue. He believed in me when I was doubted by some. To this, I will forever be grateful to him. Hindi siya katulad ng mga ibang nagbibigay ng payo na may pabor na hihingin. Siya talaga, nais lang niyang tumulong kung ano sa tingin niya ang nararapat at tama. Sa maraming pagkakataon, sinasabi ng iba na ang tunay na diwa at intensyon ng EDSA ay nakalimutan o nawala. Pero sa tingin ko, sa pamamagitan ni Senator Rene Saguisag at nung kalaunan kanyang pagiging isang pribadong mamamayan, marami siyang natulungan para ipagpatuloy kung ano ang nararapat sa isang demokrasya at para mabigyan ng hustisya kahit ang ating pinakamahihirap na mga kababayan. Yan ang tunay na diwa na ipinaglalaban nating lahat. We mourn the nation's loss of a notable lawmaker and a staunch advocate for human rights, good governance, and justice. As someone who came from humble beginnings, he understood the plight of many Filipinos and has devoted his time and brilliance to many, especially the disadvantaged and the oppressed. Sobrang kulang ng mga ganyang klaseng Pilipino. Sana ay magsilbing ehemplo at inspirasyon ang kanyang naging buhay. Again, our deepest sympathies to his bereaved family, and may his soul rest in peace.
Maraming salamat, Senator Grace Poe.
Mr. President, Senator J.V. Ejercito wishes to just insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech.
Yes, we take
Mr.
note of that.
President,
Thank you.
next to co-sponsor the measure is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Bohol and Davao Region, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am one with this august chamber in expressing my profound sympathy on the death of former Senator Rene Saguisag. It is my honor, therefore, to rise and co-sponsor proposed Senate Resolution number 1009. 415, that is the number of Senate sessions that the Senate had during the term of Senator Saguisag. 415 also is the number of sessions that he attended. Walang mintis, walang absent, Mr. President. In no way can we say that this is a small achievement because in a highly public and publicized position such as ours, our presence, our being here already counts for much. And indeed, Senator Saguisag made sure to make his presence count, Mr. President. Hindi niya hinintay na maging senador muna siya bago siya gumawa ng bagay na mabuti at makabuluhan. As a law student, he founded the San Beda Free Legal Aid Clinic. It could already be said about him, even at a young age, his heart was in the right place. He stood alongside the poor, the needy, and the disenfranchised. I am no stranger to the fact that the good former senator and I differed on many fronts. Wala po kaming personal na encounter, pero meron lang ako mga nabasa na mga article, particularly sa Manila Times noon, na mga sinasabi niya na we really differ on some issues. Isa doon, sabi niya, inutusan lang bumili ng suka. Nag-file na ng candidacy for presidency
nung I was running for presidency and later on withdrew. Nabasa ko po yun. Inutusan lang ng suka, nagpail lang ng kandidacy. But despite these differences, nothing can keep me from expressing my respect for him. I cannot help but acknowledge that despite our differences, there is one essential thing we share in common: our unflinching love for this nation. Excuse me. I dare say, it is no coincidence that sagisag, when translated into English, means symbol. Hindi natin maipagkakaila ang impluensya at kontribusyon ni Senator Sagisag sa pagtataguyod ng demokrasya sa ating bansa. If we ever need a symbol of patriotism, then we need not look farther. We have, after all, Rene Sagisag. In an interview with Esquire, Senator Sagisag once mentioned a saying in Spanish, "Amor con amor si paga." Love is repaid with love. Today, Mr. President, we, as the senators of this present Congress, bear witness to the truth of that saying. Truly, the love that Senator Sagisag had for this nation has left an indelible mark in all of us. This is why today we pay tribute to him in gratitude and remembrance, in hope also we may love our country in the same way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. Maybe last but not the least, to co-sponsor the measure is our distinguished colleague from the great province of Aurora, no other than Senator Sani Angara. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Aurora, Senator Sani Angara, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, dear colleagues, and to the family of the late, great Senator Sagisag. We offer our condolences. The great Russian novelist Dostoevsky said that life is only possible or meaningful if one has a philosophical North Star, Mr. President. Meaning every nation or individual must dedicate itself to a higher ideal. And definitely that is what Senator Rene Sagisag did. He stood for justice, he stood for decency, he stood for morality in public life. And we are grateful to him. We wish future Senates would have more of him. In closing, I just want to say he was a good friend of my father. And Senator Rene related himself how in the 70s they had many disagreements during that time on politics, but they patched them up in 1985 before the snap elections. And my mother also used to tell me that they were friends also when they both taught at San Beda. And she described him as very charming, very simpatico, a true gentleman, as earlier speakers have also described, Mr. President. But I think the ultimate tribute we can pay to him is that he had restraint, Mr. President. In a time when many public officials can no longer restrain themselves from many things, many temptations, he had restraint. He turned down a Supreme Court position. He turned down a second term. He turned down many things. I'm sure he turned down many things that we don't know of, offers of money, power, prestige. And that is a true tribute to the man. Sabi nga ni the late Secretary Robredo, hindi lahat ng matino magaling, hindi lahat ng magaling matino. Si Senator Rene Sagisag, magaling na matino pa. Thank you, Senator Rene.
Maraming salamat, Senator Angara. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Bongo would like to just insert into the records his co-sponsorship speech. I just place that into the records. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 1009, taking into consideration proposed Senate Resolution numbers 1010, 1012, 1014, and 1017, subject to style. So move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion of the Majority Floor Leader. Proposed Senate Resolution number 1009, taking consideration proposed Senate Resolutions number 1010, 1012, 1014, and 1017 is hereby adopted by the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with the permission of the body, I move that all members of the Senate be made co-authors of this resolution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, all members are made co-authors of the said resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I ask for a minute suspension and invite the family of the late Senator Rene Saguisag to receive our commendation, our
And I'd like to join all our
resolution.
colleagues to join us
Yes,
here
Mr.
on the
President.
rostrum. Senate is suspended for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, at this juncture and before we proceed with our agenda, may I be allowed to just acknowledge some guests from the gallery? The guests of the Senate, Australian delegation to the Philippine Center for Young Leaders, PCYL, APEC Exchange Program. We have with us, Mr. President, Mr. Michael Peterson, delegation leader and member for Yerabi, Australian Capital Territory Legislative Assembly. Mr. James Griffin, member for Manly, New South Wales Legislative Assembly. Mr. Paul Mills, advisor, Office of the Premier of New South Wales. Ms. Elise Halliday, media advisor, Office of the Honorable Senator Jane Hume. Ms. Patricia Arcilia, Senior Electorate Officer, Office of Ms. Jenny Leong, MP. Mr. Connor Costello, representative of the Australian Political Exchange Council, and Mr. Norman Cualteros and Ms. Francesca Ronsairo, representatives from PCYL. We welcome all of them in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Yes, welcome to the Philippine Senate, gentlemen and ladies. Welcome.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill numbers 8248, 8249, 8250, 8253, 8254, 8256, 8258, 8259, 8260, 8251, 8255, and 8252. These are the bills on the creation of trial courts. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, a motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of these measures is that we have closed the period of interpellations and debate. And so with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8248 and recognize the distinguished sponsor, the committee chairperson, Senator Francis Tolentino, for his committee amendments. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved. Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with the consent of the body in reference to House Bill 8248, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the Rules of the Senate and that the amendments contained in Committee Report number 221 be read into the records. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, with no other committee or individual amendments, with the permission of the body and the distinguished sponsor, I move to close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8248. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body in reference to House Bill 8249.
Mr. President, may I at first move, Mr. President, to open the period of
Shall we
amendments.
suspend, have we suspended consideration?
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8248. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8249 and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino.
There be no objection, motion is approved. Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Again, Mr. President, with the consent of the body in reference to House Bill 8249, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the Rules of the Senate and the amendments contained in Committee Report number 222 be read into the records. I so move, Mr. President.
We join the motion of the distinguished gentleman. Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee amendments or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, period of amendments is closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8249. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 8249 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8249.
There being no objection, suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8250 and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, is recognized if there's no objections.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body in reference to House Bill 8250, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the Rules of the Senate and that the amendments contained in Committee Report number 223 be read into the records. I so move, Mr. President.
Join the motion of the distinguished gentleman. Mr.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8250. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 8250 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8250.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8253 and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino.
There being no objections, sponsors recognize Senator Tolentino.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the consent of the body in reference to House Bill 8253, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the Rules of the Senate and that the amendments contained in Committee Report number 224 be read into the records. I so move, Mr. President.
We
There
join
be no-
the motion, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8253. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 8253 is approved on second reading.
Move for to suspend consideration of House Bill 8253.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8254 and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino.
There being no objection, the sponsor is recognized.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body in reference to House Bill number 8254, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the Rules of the Senate and that the amendments contained in Committee Report number 225 be read into the records. I so move, Mr.
We
President.
join the motion of the distinguished
There being no
gentleman.
objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8254. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 8254 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8254.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8256 and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino.
There being no objection, Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Again, thank you, Mr. President. With the consent of the body in reference to House Bill number 8256, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the Rules of the Senate and that the amendments contained in Committee Report number 226 be read into the records. I so move, Mr.
We
President.
join the motion of the distinguished gentleman, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, committee amendments closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8256. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 8256 is approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8256.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8258 and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Francis Tolentino, for committee amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved, and Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the consent of the body in reference to House Bill number 8258, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the Rules of the Senate and that the amendments contained in Committee Report number 227 be read into the records. I so move, Mr.
We
President.
join the motion of the gentleman from Cavite, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments. I so move, Mr.
There being no
President.
objection, motion is
Mr.
approved.
President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8258.
There being no objection, House Bill number 8258 is approved on second reading.
Move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8258.
The motion, there being no objection, is approved.
Mr. President, at this juncture and with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8259 and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Tolentino, for committee amendments.
There being no objection, the Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the consent of the body in reference to House Bill number 8259, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the Rules of the Senate and that the amendments contained in Committee Report number 228 be read into the records. I so move, Mr.
We
President.
join the motion of the distinguished gentleman, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, period of amendments is closed.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8259. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 8259 is approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8259.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8260 and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Tolentino, for his committee amendments.
There
President-
being no objection, Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body in reference to House Bill number 8260, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the Rules of the Senate, that amendments contained in Committee Report number 229 be read into the records. I so move, Mr.
We
President.
There
join
being
the
no
motion, Mr.
objection?
President.
Yes, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no other committee or individual amendments. I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, period of amendments are closed.
Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8260. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 8260 is approved on second reading.
Move to suspend consideration of House Bill number 8260.
There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8251 and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Tolentino, for his committee amendments.
There being no objection, Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body in reference to House Bill 8251, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the Rules of the Senate and that the amendments contained in Committee Report number 230 be read into the records. I so move, Mr. President.
We join the motion, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With no other committee amendments or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, period of amendments is closed.
With the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8251. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 8251 is approved on second reading.
I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8251.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8255 and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Tolentino, for his committee amendments.
There being no objection, Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the consent of the body in reference to House Bill number 8255, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the Rules of the Senate and that amendments contained in Committee Report number 234 be read into the records. I so move,
We
Mr.
join the
President.
motion, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, there being no other committee or individual amendments, I move to close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
With the consent of the body, Mr. President, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8255. I so move, Mr.
There
President.
being no objection, House Bill number 8255 is approved on second reading.
Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8255.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to open the period of amendments of House Bill number 8252 and recognize the distinguished sponsor of the measure, Senator Tolentino, for his committee amendments.
Thank you,
There
Mr.
being no objection, Senator Tolentino is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the consent of the body, in reference to House Bill number 8252, this representation moves for the suspension of Section 80 of the Rules of the Senate and that amendments contained in Committee Report number 235 be read into the records. I so move, Mr. President.
We join the motion of the distinguished gentleman from Cavite, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, no other committee amendments or individual amendments. I now move that we close the period of amendments.
There being no objection, period of amendments is closed.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move that we approve on second reading House Bill number 8252. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, House Bill number 8252 is approved on second reading.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
Yes. Should you want to suspend consideration first, or?
We move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8252, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Yes, Senator Tolentino. our
Mr.
distinguished
President, likewise with the consent of the body for House Bill numbers 8248, 8249, 8250, 8253, 8254, 8256, 8258, 8259, 8260, 8251, 8255, and 8252. Mr. President, may we direct the Secretariat to effect the editorial amendment to the approved committee amendments on sections pertaining to the staffing pattern of the bills previously mentioned by deleting the phrase, and I quote, "in view of the proposed number of additional regional, municipal or metropolitan trial courts," unquote, "as applicable and subject to style." Mr. President, I so move.
Join, Mr. President, the motion of the distinguished gentleman.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
President.
much, Mr. President. Congratulations to our hardworking colleague, Senator Francis Tolentino. Mr. President,
Thank you, Mr. President.
may I move that we suspend the session for a few minutes, Mr. President?
Yes. Next in line, I believe, is the Procurement Act.
Yes, Mr.
So we'll
President.
ask the sponsor to join us.
Yes, Mr. President. Thank
Session
you.
suspended for a minute.
President. Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2593 under Committee Report number 214. This is the bill on the new Government Procurement Act. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, resumption of consideration of Senate Bill number 2593 under Committee Report number 214 is now in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we are now still in the period of interpellations and debate. With the consent of the body, I move that we resume the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Sani Angara, and to continue with this interpellation, is our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel III. So move, Mr. President.
If there is objection, there being a motion is approved. Our sponsor, Senator Sani Angara, and likewise to interpolate our Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I like your new hairdo, Mr. President. The Majority Leader has a question, Mr. President.
Off the record only.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Looking good, looking good.
We will now continue with our interpellation, Mr. President. Mr. President, this representation filed a bill where we were pursuing this concept of value for money in our bidding process na ang gusto sana namin i-describe na nung ahensya, nung procuring entity, yung ano ba yung end goal na gusto niyang ma-achieve. Tapos, mabigyan siya ng sapat na flexibility para ma-achieve po yung end goal. Tapos, hindi tayo natali lang sa lowest price criterion na Mr. President. Ano pa? Yes, ganoon po yan. So yung mga entities wishing to participate, they will have some flexibility on guiding the procuring entity on how they can achieve their defined or their described goal or destination, Mr. President. Meron ba tayong, in our bill, meron ba tayong features, Mr. President, which we can say also contain some of the features in this value for money concept that I propose in my bill, Mr. President? Anong bill ko? Senate bill naman?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President. It's similar to the most economically advantageous responsive bid or MIRB, which we've been discussing the last few interpellations. And where here we take into account the not just the lowest price, but also other factors like quality. And also introduced in the bill is the concept of life cycle cost. So I think that's a factor which also goes towards determining the best value. As we mentioned earlier in previous days, yung cost of maintenance, cost of disposal, and other factors other than just the price, which is the traditional metric in an auction or a bidding, Your Honor.
After sale service?
Service,
example,
yes, Your Honor.
after sale
Kasama ho
service.
sa maintenance, opo.
So, ma-expect ba natin na tataas po yung ating ano yung ABC? Ano meaning na yun? Approved budget for contract or the agency's estimate for the contract? Kasi this time, hindi lang siya nakatingin sa mere item but some other services even after sale service, Mr. President?
Maybe for that one item only, it might go up, Your Honor. But if you look at the various expenses involved, it may actually go down if you take into account if you break down the various expenses to be borne by the government. Not just the good to be purchased, but also the servicing, as you mentioned.
Okay.
So if you look at if you just compare apples to apples, meaning just the good itself, or if it's a motor vehicle, just the motor vehicle, then you may end up spending more because you pay for a Toyota rather than another brand maybe. But in terms of services, you may save more in the long run, and that's the idea behind the I think that's also the idea that underlies your bill, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes,
Mr. President. That's why it's a very good idea, and it's one of the main features of the bill, Mr. President.
So, sa ngayon po ba under present law, ang nangyayari, they bid out for the item, they bid out the item, and then they conduct another bidding for the after sales service of that particular item.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then under our bill, in the measure we are discussing, ang instruction natin sa procuring entity is i-bundle mo na yon together.
Well, we don't really tell them what to choose, but they have a choice, Your Honor. Meaning they can adhere to the old method of the price, but given the experiences of agencies in the past, it has not always produced the best deal for the government. So I think the idea is really to have alternative modes of procurement which are more responsive and which, well, the bottom line is to get the best deal for our people
Yes,
and for the
yeah.
government, Your Honor.
So the best deal would take into account not only the item that we are procuring, but the life cycle of that particular item. So yun na yun. I mean, yan na po yung main message natin ngayon sa government procurement, di ba? It's looking look beyond the item that you're procuring. Ano po?
Yes, Your Honor. It's introducing this fit for purpose philosophy, meaning you choose the method which gets the best deal for the government. So, in general terms, if the good is less complex, is more complex, then perhaps it may require a simple, more than a simple auction or bidding. Kasi nga more complex siya, so some of the scientific biddings, yan. Whereas if it's a very simple item, then you can just go with the traditional mode of procurement, which is the auction or the bidding, Mr. President.
Sige po. Thank you for that, Mr. President. And then I encountered an OECD report where the Philippines was specially mentioned, Mr. President. 20%, no? Up to 20%. That I think yes, the 20% is lost. I think the word they use is waste. Wasted, no? Waste. 20% of the government budget is wasted in our procurement activities. So yung waste yata would be in the form of maybe a leakage like corruption, or waste in the sense that we got an item which did not serve the purpose, no, for which it was procured, Mr. President. Has the sponsor also encountered this particular report?
Yes, Your Honor, you're correct. There is an OECD 2016 report preventing corruption in public procurement, where the estimate is that anywhere from 20 to 30% of project value is lost through corruption, as you mentioned. Yes, Mr. President.
So when that OECD study was conducted, we were under RA 9184.
Yes, Mr. President.
So we are aware of that. So again, Mr. President, sana hindi po mapagod yung ating sponsor. Ano po ba ang masasabi nating features nitong ating panukalang batas na hopefully if that same entity will conduct a review 10 years from now, it would not be the same negative findings, Mr. President. It should be an improvement, Mr. President.
Yeah. Mr. President, we've discussed this previously, but I'll repeat it, that yung transparency po, it's present in many provisions of the bill. So in fact, we're trying to improve the Philippine Online Registry, the PhilJeps. This is the electronic bulletin board where we will post the registry of suppliers, manufacturers, contractors, and as we mentioned earlier, there's a if it's a competitive bidding, there is required video recording of procurement-related conferences.
Video.
Thirdly, there is a registry of observers or civil society or people's organizations who may observe the procurement process. Fourthly, there is an access to information provision for procuring entities exempting national security, Your Honor. There is also publication of invitations to bid in media, in PhilJeps, social media platforms, and there is also a required affidavit of the bidder that he is not related to the head of the procuring entity, the members of the BAC, the TWG, the BAC Secretariat, the head of the procuring office or end user, to any project consultants, to the procurement agent, by consanguinity or affinity up to the third degree, Mr. President. And there is a disclosure of ultimate beneficial ownership. We had a nice discussion on that, Your Honor, if you will recall,
Yes.
last week, where we compared it to some of the SEC rules. There is also the power to blacklist, Your Honor. So that in the literature, that's also considered a effective means, aside from transparency, to limit the corruption attendant to many of these biddings or procurements, Your Honor.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Are we incorporating a provision in the bill where we will mandate the periodic review of these bills?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a 5 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Sige.
Similar to, I think, similar to the
Sige
what
po.
your father put in the local government code of 1991.
Para makita po natin kung na-achieve o hindi, then
Opo.
if we need to tighten some of the safeguards, Mr. President. Ngayon, Mr. President, alam ko nakakasuhan yung mga members ng BAC, yung mga nagde-decide na mag-award ng procured items, Mr. President. Are we giving them some form of legal assistance in the bill, Mr. President?
We're not paying for it, but we're allowing them to get private counsel, di ba? We're allowing them to get private counsel, Your Honor. But I don't think there's any appropriation for that. There's a legal defense fund.
Yeah, they can charge
That's
they can charge their private counsel or lawyer that they have chosen to a legal defense fund. Okay, sige po.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then those who serve in the BAC, BAC ba bang tawag sa kanila?
Yes,
we,
Your Honor.
we still call them the same, no? BAC. Those who serve in the BAC, they get some additional compensation in the form of allowances.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just like today, or are we increasing the formula?
We're allowing a bigger amount and increasing the number of people who are entitled to it because they are subject to the same risks, we are told, Mr. President. So, just in the interest of fairness.
Meron ako nakausap, Mr. President, na former head ng isang agency. Tinanong ko siya, anong problema sa present procurement law natin? Ang sagot niya sa akin, yung periods nga daw, yung executive time that is being lost in procuring items. So sabi ko, okay, nasagot na yan sa ating panukalang batas by, we're generally reducing the time periods by 30% of the time period, Mr. President.
Yeah, something like that. Mr.
Yes,
President.
yeah,
From
I remember.
100, it's down to 108 days from 136.
Parang gano'n, parang...
These are maximum periods. So
yes,
if the agency also acts quickly, then they can reduce it further, Mr. President.
So that's good, Mr. President, kasi yun ang unang feedback na binigay po sa akin. Mr. President, yung energy efficiency, ngayon po ba, nung energy efficiency nung item to be procured or energy rating, ngayon po ba under present law, nagagamit po ba yan as a criterion o hindi? And then, under sa panukalang batas, magagamit po ba ito? Yung ba sinasabi mo? Pwedeng gawing criterion?
Under 9184, it is not really being used, Your Honor. But we have provisions on sustainability. This is taken from the bill of Senator Pia, who is here in the chamber now listening to us, requiring to incorporate sustainability. And the GPPB will promulgate rules on how to implement this further. But basically, it just provides, what we provide in the measure is that principles of sustainability must guide procuring units, and also must also be incorporated in the design of the bidding documents, Your Honor.
Made part of the specifications?
Yes, Your Honor.
Di ba parang, kasi ang mangyayari, Mr. President, parang mag-grading tayo, di ba? An agency,
Yes, Your Honor.
procuring entities allowed to have, to itemize, parang itemize the important characteristics or specifications or needs, and then lalagyan niya ng weight. Tama po. So, can sustainability be used as one, tawagin na lang nating line item yon, the sustainability or energy efficiency, pwede pong gamitin po ngayon yon.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Which we do not do or cannot do under 9184.
Under strict competitive bidding, hindi po pwede.
Of course, and then imagination is the limit na. They can come up with other line items which they will give importance to, and then they give the weight, the proper weight in the bidding process, Mr. President.
Opo, kung patuloy po yung init na ganito, it might be the main consideration going forward.
I'm just happy to know na if our bill is that flexible, Mr. President.
It is, Your Honor.
Na binibigay din natin sa procuring entity, well, may responsibility din sila. So there must be a massive or extensive training component also, Mr. President, if this bill becomes a law. Ganon din.
I believe so, Your Honor. You're correct. And there will be a learning curve. I think it's inevitable, Your Honor. These are new methods, so there's a need perhaps to, for those pioneer agencies who are able to roll out these more newer or more innovative methods or modes of procurement, then it should be publicized in our archipelago, because information is not always the easiest commodity, Mr. President. So definitely, people like DAP, people like the DBM, those with wide networks, perhaps. Even in, who knows, maybe even in our state colleges, there must be some courses on, I think there already are courses on procurement, Mr. President. But maybe there's no harm in providing them for civil service, etc.
Okay, then the new features in our bill, Mr. President, what government department or field of procurement or types of equipment or items would be most benefited?
Saan po? For which one?
Dito, ito sa bill po natin. Kasi ano ba, sino makakaramdam ng pinaka benepisyo dahil sa flexibility na binibigay ng ating panukalang batas? Ano ba, yung procurement ba ng military?
I think the
Procurement
military
ba
would be
ng-
one, Your Honor.
Procurement ba ng mga
Opo.
scientists
Yes,
natin?
the
ng
scientific
mga-
community would be benefited, the academe, Your Honor.
Pati yung procurement of professional services, or
Well,
it will
there-
be
there is
basically the same?
Yeah, I think they would be benefited also, Your Honor, because that qualitative review which we're now allowing gives them more flexibility to really get what they want.
At dito po ba sa mga department na ito or sector na to ang may pinakamarami ring reklamo about the difficulties sa procurement nila sa 9184?
Yes, Your Honor.
So may we know, sige, officially, Mr. President?
Yung
sino
scientific
ba-
community has
sa-
been
so
for some
DOST,
time. Yes.
DOST, reklamo sila?
DOST, sa
Okay.
academe ho, sa UP, yan, minsan
Ay,
they're
mga-
complaining. Opo. A lot
Ano
of
po,
their,
ano pong procurement ng mga ng academe na
well,
nahirapan sila sa 9184?
One example was pag may experiment ho sila, tapos may nabili na nila yung mga kailangan nila. But during an experiment, you cannot predict what will go wrong. So sometimes nauubos yung mga what they call reagents. So they have to buy it. Otherwise, damay po yung buong ginagawa nila. So pag di nila nabili yun, medyo apektado yung experiments and research ho nila.
What is the flexibility now introduced in the bill which will address the situation?
Flexibility is yung ano yung 200,000 direct sales, no? Direct acquisition. The direct acquisition for 200,000 and below that can be bought on the spot, Your Honor. Tapos yung direct sales is 2 million, no? Direct procurement. There are a number of methods which would be able to respond, and sila na po ang pipili doon. Kumbaga, we've expanded the menu, so to speak, Mr. President. Yeah.
So thank you for that, Mr. President. So I hope na yun na nga makuha natin yung feedback na yun na yung reklamo under present law hindi na po maulit under this new law. Mr. President, ang isa sa mga reklamo siguro ito na lang yung last point po or subject matter nito na ipupursu ko. Sometimes sa mahal yata magprotesta o magreklamo. Sometimes so kung masyadong mahirap magreklamo o magprotesta, baka mag-abuso ngayon si decision maker. Anong tawag doon? Feeling confident that his or her decision will not be reviewed anyway because of the cost, which is necessary, to have the decision reviewed. So, did we make the protest process or or any review mechanism easier, Mr. President?
Yes, Your Honor, because the first level of review under existing law is already the courts.
Yes.
Of course, aside from the motion for reconsideration,
Yes.
which is a requirement under the exhaustion of remedies rule. But here, we're replacing that first level of judicial review with what we call the Government Procurement Adjudication Tribunal, where a decision must be rendered within 30 days from the date the case is submitted for resolution. And then from there, it can be further reviewed by the judicial system. Kasi the experience has shown that the judicial route is medyo, as you mentioned, difficult, expensive, circuitous. So the first level of review is an administrative review now under the proposed measure.
But still, an MR is still allowed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Pero yung under present law, pag file mo ng MR, magbabayad ka na po yata ng isang fee na tama ba yung
Wala daw ho. Sa MR, wala pa daw ho.
okay. Sa MR sa back pala pinafile ang MR, no? MR is filed with the back. Para klaro, no fee. Under present law.
Wala po.
Under our new measure, wala. Available pa rin, no fee.
Sa GPAT, meron.
Tama? May MR pa
For
rin sa
MR,
back.
wala po. Pero
Wala, okay, sige. And then, ano yung next? Appeal? Protest? And then, under present law, the next step is, if you're still aggrieved by the ruling on your MR, you file a protest with the head of the procuring entity, the HOPE. Yun, may bayad na.
Yes, Your Honor.
May bayad na po yun, and it is, I think, a percentage of the contract price.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, what is going to happen now in our bill? Ganun pa rin po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the...
Hindi natin ginalaw po yung filing fee for the protest?
I'm told they can adjust it if yeah.
IRR
It's
lang
not
pala
set by
ito.
the law itself, Your Honor. It's just the...
Did not the GBPB receive feedback that it is too steep a price or a rate, Mr. President?
Wala naman daw ho.
Wala.
Of course, that's a fairly self-serving assertion, Mr. President.
Sige, for example, kasi if more than 5 billion, 0.1% of the ABC. So kung nyari 10 billion yun, magkano yun? Around 100 million, Mr. President. Tama po ba? If it's a 10 billion contract, para marami nang umatras eh. So Mr. President, ganito sana, if we are really confident with the system that we are putting in place, no? Na it's really transparent, hindi rin matatakot si hindi rin dapat matakot si Bak, hindi rin dapat matakot si Hope sa decision niya because it was made in a transparent manner. I have been properly briefed and trained by the GPPB. I'm an honest government official. Dapat hindi ako matakot ma-review ang aking decision. So let's not make it too costly to have these decisions reviewed, Mr. President. So yun lang yung pakiusap ko. And if it's not in the law, in present law, and it's only in IRR, at the proper time, if the sponsor will allow it, kung makaisip din kami ng mekanismo, if we can put it in the law, Mr. President, so that the GPPB cannot be accused of protecting their own, yung mga taong training nila, na hindi na po ma-review ang decision dahil napakamahal para po i-review, Mr. President.
That's well taken, Your Honor. We're open to that at the proper time. Yeah.
So, after the Hope decides, after the protest, let's say may naka-protest, and one party still feels dissatisfied with the decision of the Hope, that is now the time to bring it to this, what is tribunal? The
GPAT, the Government Procurement Adjudication Tribunal, Your Honor.
Is there another fee, Mr. President, for that particular step?
Wala pa naman nakalagay sa law, Your Honor.
What is the plan of the
but,
GPPB? By IRR, lalagyan din po nila ng fee?
Palagay ko, meron to.
Yun na nga po. So, basta, ganun lang po. I mean, I will repeat my request, no? Let's
Just keep it reasonable.
let's show the confidence of our Hope and our procuring bodies that they have followed the law. They have exercised their discretion within the bounds of the law and honestly and in good faith. So there must be no issue, Mr. President. Ganun po siguro ang mangyayari.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, and then pagdating po sa court, it's the rules of court na nag-a-apply.
Opo.
Gano'n pa rin. So yung i-allege mo pa rin yung the total amount in dispute, Mr. President, and most likely it is the contract. So billion din po ang ipa-file. Kaya naman pala walang feedback ang ating GPPB na walang nagre-reklamo, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Maybe.
There's a cost to it. There's a cost to it.
Ayan. And the cost is too steep. It's too high, Mr. President, yung pag-protest. Yun lang po. I mean,
Possibly,
So,
Your Honor.
So siguro that's just one topic, Mr. President, na baka sa period of amendments balikan po natin. No?
Yes, we welcome that, Your Honor.
Yes, so of course, siguro naman, Mr. President, no, andito pa rin yung principle of exhaustion of administrative remedies. Ganun po ba? Before resort to the courts, kailangan dumaan dun sa GPAT?
Yes, Your Honor. Otherwise, that's a grounds for dismissal.
Magagamit nga
opo.
na, because it will be in the law, hindi ka sumunod sa, yes, Mr. President. So yun na nga, and if there is really a fee there, so additional expense po, Mr. President. So, with that, Mr. President, thank you for the patience of our sponsor, and siguro we reserve the right to ask clarificatory questions at the point
Yes.
of introducing amendments, particular amendments,
Certainly.
Mr. President.
That's most welcome, dearest Minority Leader, former Senate President, and we thank you for your comprehensive interpellations.
Salamat
Thank you.
po.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Cocomital, our minority leader. Senator Cayetano is seeking the floor. She's now recognized.
Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor, I understand there's no one else today and I don't want to prolong this. I thought tomorrow pa ang ating deputy. Because I don't wanna take anyone's position. Yeah.
Yeah, most willing to my.
I just like to basically make manifestations and then maybe pose some questions which His Honor can give us a quick reply or during the period of amendment if it's necessary.
Yes, it would be an honor, Mr.
Thank you.
President.
So first of all, Mr. President, I'd like to thank the gentleman for the sponsor for mentioning more than once the provisions on sustainability that we had proposed to be included. The reason this is very important, as the sponsor has himself elaborated on, is that we want to ensure that when the bidding process happens, the life cycle of that product or that project is taken into consideration. So we're very happy that His Honor has included that in the bill. I think I'd like to allow people who are listening to these debates understand the importance of this principle. I'd like to give an example which by now I think many people are familiar with. So the use of alternative, more environmentally friendly energy sources. So let's talk about solar panels. So for example, if a public infrastructure project is being bidded and it will now be included the purchase of a certain number of solar panels anticipation of the high energy cost. So obviously, we all know that at the start that will be more expensive, but there's enough evidence to tell us that that is more cost efficient. So for the record, Mr. Sponsor, yung ganitong mga an example like this, yung solar panel, kaya nang intindihin ng Bakyan that that is an embedded cost that will I don't think that's included in the concept of the life cycle, but it is the cost for sustainability. So tama ho ba? Covered ho ba yun?
Yeah, I think the law is general enough to include that, especially when they formulate the guidelines that was asked by the minority leader earlier.
Okay.
I think there's room to put criteria,
Okay.
to put it in the design of the bids or the specifications for the bid, Your Honor.
So I think that's what this representation and perhaps the minority floor leader would like to ensure, that actually we want to ensure that they include that. It, to me, with all due respect, I don't want it to be a choice. In fact, I would consider it almost a dereliction of their duty if they did not consider those options, because we really live in a time, we already live in a season where we are very conscious of the costs we have to pay now to ensure a safer, healthier, more sustainable future. So maybe that's something we can consider in the period of amendments if it's
Yes,
not
Your Honor.
clear. Yeah.
I will welcome anything to improve it, but I credit the good lady, veteran senator, for introducing that, the concept of sustainability. I think it's something that should permeate all of our laws at every stage of procurement, from the design to the award, even to the disposal, Your Honor. So that is I think there is definitely room for these progressive ideas.
Thank you, Mr. President. And then, similarly, I was having a quick conversation with our Senate President Pro Temp, and both of us, as many of us here, are also supporters of preserving our heritage and culture, and especially given that, I mean, I'm from Metro Manila. I was raised and born in Metro Manila. I was raised all my whole life, studied in Metro Manila, lived in Metro Manila. And we know that it's the second or the most damaged city, the history experts. Manila is the second or the most damaged history in World War II? Second or the most? Second most. So with that, I'm so conscious that, wow, we know when we travel, we don't have as many buildings that were preserved and all that. So now that we are aware and we've reached, I don't know if you can call it maturity of our nation, that we recognize how important history is and we're rebuilding, we're preserving. Is that also covered, Mr. President? And one of the examples our colleague and I were discussing were the Gabaldon schools, which of course the sponsor knows and is a proponent of supporting the Gabaldon schools. But from what I recall, and I'm asking my staff to do a quick calculation, medyo mahal, di ba? Mahal eh.
Yes.
His Honor and I fight every year to include as much as we can. But it is not cheap, no? And Senator Lauren was quick to point out that let's disabuse ourselves of the belief that preserving history is always more expensive. Hindi naman. Sometimes nga, kaya nga unahan natin, di ba? So it doesn't become more expensive. But there are times that it may be. So the question I would like to pose is, when it does include costs that otherwise would not be included, does our bill have provisions that ensure that the BAC will also take note of that? So for example, between 2 or 3 bidders of a public facility that rightly so should, maybe it's the site of a former city hall and they want to take out the awnings, ano ba tawag dyan? Sorry, I'm not an architect. Yung mga ganyan-ganyan, tatanggalin sa lumang building, ililipat doon. That's more costly than because I'm renovating my house, or my parents' house, which was built in the 1980s. So to take out the wood from one area and to move it to another area is costly. Will this be taken into consideration now and be allowed?
I think so, Your Honor.
Okay.
There is among the new modes of procurement, there is sufficient room for
others.
government agencies who want to do what you mentioned and preserve according to our heritage law, our cultural heritage law. I think that's 10066. Definitely, there is room for
for this.
for doing so,
Okay.
Madam.
And then
Madam Senator.
finally, Mr. President, I am aware that our experts in the health sector were very present and active during the hearings of the bill, no? And I would just like to commend His Honor for taking their concerns into consideration. And may we just get the confirmation that the concerns raised by this sector that has contributed to delays also, and not just delays but also perhaps the ineffective biddings for these projects have been addressed. That's
Yes,
correct,
yes,
right?
Your Honor. And you, in fact, sponsored a resolution to honor one of the resource persons. That's
Exactly.
Chancellor Menchit Padilla of
Yes.
UP Manila.
We did, Your Honor.
She was one of those who represented the scientific medical community,
Yes.
and she was you honored her because she was recently named a national scientist. So definitely, I think she was the voice of the academe as well as the voice of the research community and the science community, Your Honor.
And final point I want to raise, Mr. President, I remember having this discussion a number of times that in our desire to ensure that we are economical we maximize the use of limited resources that we have. It is not wrong. It is not illegal to build beautiful structures. So my question is, and I've had this discussion when I was in the Board of Regents of UP, na ang problema nila is, yun nga, yung nananalo lang yung pinakamura. And so when you look at the buildings in the past, and even private education institutions, yung mga UST, yung mga Siliman, gaganda ng mga lumang building. But now, in the interest of cost saving, we tend to veer towards what's cheaper. So I also wanted to address that, Mr. President, na does this new bill also ensure now that we can take into consideration building beautiful structures? They do not have to be lavish, but as long as they are, well curated, chosen to adapt to the function it's supposed to serve, hindi naman kailangan mag-build ng sobrang nakakaawa.
Opo, hindi you're spot on, Your Honor. When it comes to things like works of art,
Yes.
Scientific scholarly research, there is no requirement to get the cheapest. That's why we've
Yun.
added.
So that's key. That's
Yes,
key.
Your Honor.
So for example, when you go to the airport, obviously we need functioning aircons. Hindi naman kailangan maarte yung aircon, di ba? Pero yung center point ng airport, kailangan it's very welcoming. Kailangan na nawawaw din natin yung mga
Yes, Your Honor.
yung mga turista na dumadating. Okay, Your Honor, your simple answer is sufficient. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you so much for indulging this representation to clarify some items. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our chair of the Blue Ribbon Committee. Or she's also a co-author because she filed that bill. So not only representing the future generations with sustainability, but also representing the artistic and scientific community who she fights for every budget. So thank you, Senator Cayetano. Thank you, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2593. I so move, Mr. President.
Is there objection? There being none, consideration of Senate Bill number 2593 under Committee Report number 214 is hereby suspended.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we proceed with the reference of business. So move.
Is there objection? There being none, motion is approved. Secretary is now directed to read the reference of business.
Bills on first reading. Senate Bill number 2657, an act further promoting organ donation after death for specified purposes by amending Republic Act number 7170, otherwise known as the Organ Donation Act of 1991 by Senator Angara.
Refer to Committee on Health and Demography.
Senate Bill number 2658, an act promoting menstrual health and hygiene by providing free menstrual products to indigent women and to girls enrolled in public schools nationwide and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Angara.
Refer to Committees on Health and Demography, Basic Education, and Finance.
Resolution PSR number 1022, resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the climate crisis and extreme heat with the end in view of creating and adopting measures to respond to the severe weather by Senator Angara.
Refer to Committee on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change. Majority Leader?
Ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2514 under Committee Report number 187. This is the bill on Philippine National Games Act. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, the parliamentary status of the measure is that we have sponsored the bill, and with that, I move to open the period of interpellations and debate and recognize the distinguished sponsor, Senator Christopher Bongo, and to interpellate the distinguished lady from the city of Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Pia Cayetano. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Our distinguished colleagues to sponsor the measure, Senator Christopher Bongo, and to interpolate a distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm just going to pick up my things. It will take only other. May I just ask the... Thank you. Mr. President, with the permission of the sponsor, may I just ask some clarificatory questions to allow us to come up with a really strong bill in support of the promotion of sports and athletes in this country?
Gladly, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. President, just a little bit of history. I am a product of the palarong pambansa. And nung time ko, nakalaro ako in high school and also in college. So first of all, does His Honor have resource persons from both PSC and DepEd, or who
We
are
have
the
from
resource?
PSC only.
Oh, sige. So I hope they
Mr.
can
President.
also help explain, no, if there are some overlapping functions sa DepEd, kasi it's very important na when we create new entities, we are very much aware of the existing entities and what benefit it is to us if we will have new entities, if they are complementary. So as I was saying, during my time, I was in the great company of the late Lydia de Vega, Diane Castillejo, sisters, Christine Jacob, yeah, I think. But I'm wondering if in the particular palaro that I joined, if they were there. But anyway, I was in college. So would His Honor know when the palaro stopped being open to collegial level students?
When was that?
Players, I mean.
Stop ang palaro. 80s na. According to the PSC, Mr. President, they stopped during the 80s.
Di naman 80s eh. 80s naman ako nang umabot nga ako doon. Di naman ako 70s.
The time the CHED was created, o nga no, 80s. Ilan taon na ba ngayon si...
1982 yata ako nag-start ng palaro in college. Anyway.
Nung na-create po daw yung CHED according to our PSC officials.
Okay. So at some point, the palaro no longer was open to college level players, and was that the time the PNG was institutionalized, or I just want to understand, no, what
Actually, Mr. President, I prepared a chart, no, comparing the palarong pambansa with the Philippine National Games. Ang Philippine National Games po, it was created through Executive Order number 163 in 1994. The local government units are the participants. The main organizer, PSC, an age 18 years old and above. At ito mga sporting events na nandiyan po under PNG, they may offer more sports to be played since it caters to big majority of the National Sports Association. Before, club po ito. Ang kukunin ko lang yung data. by club po. By now, LGU na po ang
Yes.
namamahala ng
Okay.
each participating teams. In 2011, with clubs, 2012, actually from 2011 up to 2016, naging yearly po siya, no? And then naging 2 years na po siya by every 2 years, 16, 2018 at dapat po ng 2020 but nagkaroon tayo ng pandemya. So it was resumed last 2023. At ang plano po nito, pag na-institutionalize na po ito, ay every 2 years po ito magiging parang mini Olympics na po siya. At meron din pong para games, no? So, yan po ang plano ng ating PSC for the Philippine National Games. But comparing it with the palarong pambansa, ang palarong pambansa naman, Republic Act 10588, nandiyan yan po sa screen. Ang participants po nito, primary and secondary schools. And main organizer ay ang ating Department of Education, ang DepEd. At ang edad naman nito ay 13 and below para sa primary. At sa secondary naman po itong 13 years old but not older than 18. Medyo mag-aabot lang yung edad nila sa 18, no? And then ang sa sports, primary 15 sports, secondary 21 sports. And may serve as a feeder program for PNG, itong palarong pambansa. Ang pinagkaiba lang po ng Philippine National Games, yung mga out-of-school youth natin can join the PNG. It can also cater to elite adult athletes as old as 70 years old. Basta non-physical games lang po, no? Like chess, pwede silang sumali din dito. Katulad niya, no? 18 to 29, ito yung demographics by age ng number of participants recently. So, 18 to 29, 4,471 participants. 30 to 34 years old, 139, 35 to 39, 41 participants, 40 to 49, 56, and 50 and above, 32. Like chess, pwedeng sumali yung 70-year-old po dito na ating atleta. Yan, no, si Rico Mascareñas from Cebu, 70 years old na po siya. So, yung pinagkaiba nito, estudyante po itong mga naglalaro sa palarong pambansa. At ito naman pong PNG ay pwedeng mga out-of-school youth at mapopromote natin ang ating grassroots sports program dito and potential athletes natin. Diyan natin madidiscover, lalong-lalo na po sa mga malalayong lugar. Kasi magkakaroon po sila ng before the finals, magkakaroon sila ng qualifying. Just like Olympics, di ba? Before we qualify for the Olympics, meron pong mga qualifying. Ganon rin po itong Philippine National Games natin. Magkakaroon po ng qualifier. For example, 2025, yung ating gagawing PNG. Sa 2024 pa lang, magkakaroon na po ng qualifier para doon sa magiging finalists or main participants na po sa 2025 na PNG.
Okay, I note His Honor some explanation. Basically, the biggest difference between the two sports events would be the organizer and the age of the participants. Because in terms of the objective, which is to grow sports, to provide a venue for these athletes to participate and to excel, I feel it's about the same, Mr. President. Does His Honor agree? I mean, they're both promoting sports.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay. And so what I'm concerned with now is the continuity of these programs because there's going to be a halt when it comes to palarong pambansa. That's why I said nung time namin tuloy-tuloy yun into college, no? So there's ito dito titigil siya, sabi not older than 18. Pero I'm pretty sure marami ding 18, 19-year-old na senior high. So sayang yun if the school, the private school, well, normally kasi my understanding, and kindly correct me if I'm wrong. there's a selection process, di ba? So normally, kunyari basketball. So, private school A versus public school B, they'll have a competition, and then lahat ng private school, public school in the LGU will compete. Tapos noon, the LGU will come up with a selection of the best. Di ba? Tama? Am I correct?
Yes,
Ganun ang
correct.
nangyayari, di ba? So, naghahalo-halo na yung students from different schools. I'm talking about the palaro, no? Naghahalo-halo. Do the PSC representatives with you, Mr. President, can they confirm that? Are they aware?
Hindi, naghahalo ba ang yung mga estudyante? Merong selection process. Anyway, Mr. President, ito namang pinagkaiba po ng PNG natin compared to palarong pambansa. Ang palarong pambansa, up to 18 years old lang po ang mga participants.
Yes.
Hanggang dun lang ang age limit. Actually, dun yung reckoning nila, the age of 18. At ito naman pong sa ating palarong pambansa, ang age, ang PNG, I mean, 18 and above naman po ang mga participants po dito.
We are aware, Mr. President. What I'm trying to determine is the continuity of the program. So like some sports are team sports, some sports are individual sports. So yung selection process sa palaro, is it the same selection process as the PNG?
Yes,
so
the
in
same.
other words, if you are overage, you simply move to the PNG games.
Yes.
Tama po
Parang
yun.
na-elevate na po siya to another stage itong ating PNG, Mr. President.
But I think what we need to understand, Mr. President, is where is the strength of our sports programs? Are they in the schools or are they in the LGUs? Because then that would matter in their ability to train and to prepare for the competitions.
LGU na. Ang LGU na po ang magko-cover dito, Mr. President. Since ang CHED, no, wala silang sariling sports competition program. Unlike the palarong pambansa na meron, no, until 18
Pero
years
Mr.
old.
President, that's not my question. My question is, where does the strength of our sports program lie? Do they lie under do they lie in the schools, or do they lie within the programs of the LGUs? That's my question, Your Honor, because if this will be the feeder program of the national team, then we need to know who is supporting these programs. Are they the LGUs or are they the schools?
Both, Mr. President. Schools and LGU.
May we ask the actually may I ask the PSC resource persons to give us a listing of the different sports and to tell us where the talents lie? Are they in their school systems or are they in the programs of the NSAs in the LGUs? And if I may ask for a minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Ready to resume, Mr. President.
Session resumed.
With His Honor's permission, I'd like to ask the presiding officers, he's an expert, being the president of an NSA of a very young sport. And my question to the sponsor was, where do we find our talents? Where are our sport, our talented young sports, our young athletes found? In the school system or in the LGU system? Because the bill on the floor is the Philippine National Games, which will be run by the PSC, but it is the LGUs that will provide the athletes. So if His Honor would be willing to share with us at least his experience as the NSA head of ARNIS, which may not be the same as volleyball and basketball, because I know for a fact that a lot of volleyball university scholars come from their school system.
Yes.
So would His Honor care to
Yes.
share his views with us?
Yes, with the permission of the body, if they allow me to just discuss a few seconds, my thoughts on the issue. In the palarong pambansa, that's schools-based.
Schools, yes.
Schools-based.
School
Then you have the
based.
UAP, and then for the UAP and NCAA.
School-based,
School-based, yeah.
college level.
However, sa palarong pambansa, there are certain games that they don't play that is actually that are even Olympic games. For example, martial arts, they're very careful. They only allowed arnis the recent few years, no? Only a few years ago. Maybe 10 years ago, wala pa kaming arnis because of the fear of the parents na ma-disgrasya mga anak nila. That's why there's no boxing also. I think they also stopped boxing in palarong pambansa. And that is why in Arnis, we're only allowed padded stick competition. We have two kinds of competition, the padded stick and the live stick. The live stick is where you have a live rattan stick for 1 minute. You're hitting each other with a full armor, and there's a judge that will judge the most number of hits, like boxing. They banned that already in Palarong Pambansa. They only allow anyo, which is the form, and the padded stick. But in our international competitions, we need live sticks. So that's why we rely on PNG, Philippine National Games, and Batang Pinoy, because that's a PSC, Philippine Sports Commission run tournament where they allow these sports to flourish, including boxing. That's why in Philippine National Games, may boxing po dyan. So if you're looking for grassroots developmental tournaments, the PNG, the Philippine National Games, is a good way of being able to train children on certain sports. Yung school-based kasi, ma'am, even in the UAP, my dear colleague, and the NCAA, they still do not allow arnis. For whatever reason, medyo full contact kasi. So, hindi pa nila ina-allow. So, we cannot get our pool of fighters from the school-based system pagka ganun. So, maganda nga itong Philippine National Games because it is PSC, and PSC will choose most of the NOCs, the National Olympic Committee teams. Under the PSC, I think 80 yata kami. We're about 80. Nandyan yung chess ni Senator Pimentel, nandyan yung...
Mr. President, 78.
78.
Yes.
Nandyan pa yung kickboxing ni Senator Tolentino, yung aking arnis, nandun yan. Kompleto yan. So when there's PNG, usually lahat yan pwedeng isali under the Philippine National Games. And it's LGU representation because sometimes, Your Honors, mahirapan po yung mga teams pumunta sa Philippine National Games kung wala silang LGU support. So, they really go, even palarong pambansa, the LGU support them. The LGU support them. The only difference with the palarong pambansa, it is dictated, or rather, the rules are dictated by the DepEd. So they're very careful what these sports events are going to be played there, especially so that it doesn't harm the children. But they eventually, each, let's say from Bukidnon, palarong pambansa, nandito sa Marikina or sa Bulacan, our kids still are being sponsored pa rin by the LGU Bukidnon. Itong palarong Philippine National Games, yung mga LGUs nang sumasali. Hindi na sa DepEd, LGU na sumasali dito. And it's been quite successful, except this last one, pinagsamahan po ng PSC yung Batang Pinoy and yung Philippine National Games in the same week. Kaya nagkagulo-gulo this last tournament. Overflow of participants and hindi nakatapos ng maayos. So, that's why I think the rationale of Senator Go to pass and institutionalize the Philippine National Games is that we can already fix the dates every 2 years ba or every year?
Every 2 years.
Every 2 years para makapaghanda po yung LGU, makapagdala po sila ng mga participants, na sports participants. It's quite I'd say, novel idea, and it's been actually very successful in the last few years. Yung nga lang po, depending on yung PSC chairman, kung hindi niya type, hindi niya Hindi siya magpapalaro ng PNG. There are certain years that have happened na walang Philippine National Games kasi hindi priority ng administration ng PSC at that time. So, I would just say that it is good for me as an NSA because my players now can be chosen and the national team players can be chosen from these particular games. The Philippine National Games, aside from the national games that we are throwing or we are sponsoring every year as well. And yung fighters po namin, pwede din sila pong sumama dyan. Sa Philippine National Games, we have Team A and Team B. Yung Team A and Team B ng aming national team, pinapalaro din namin sa Philippine National Games. So, may venue sila to get better. As far as I'm concerned as an athlete, and alam po ni Senator Pia Cayetano ito, the more events, the better the outcome for our athletes. The more events that you have, the more tournaments that you have, the better the events of our athlete.
Yes.
I fought in, my last point is, I fought in the World Wushu Championships in 1990.
42.
Sorry, 1992 in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The second World Wushu Championships. Kickboxing yung sinalihan ko. It's called Sanshao at the time. And natalo ako sa laban ko. I fought a Russian. He became the champion. Muhammad Gustinov. I'll never forget his name. I was, ang deado sa Pilipino, yung weight class mo, 5'8 ka. 5'6", 5'7", 5'8". Yung same weight class mo na Europeans, puro 6-footer lahat. So obviously the reach, the strength, the body mass, ay nako, talagang malalaki. And the advantage when I interviewed them and I said, why are you guys so good in Europe? It's because we have the national championships in our country, then we have the European championships, and then we join the world championships. So seasoned sila.
Yeah.
At that time, they were just here in the Philippines. Wala tayong ganyang championship. Pumipili lang sa best clubs. Sino pinakamagaling na fighter mo sa club na yan? Kuha. Sino best fighter? Kuha. So kulang tayo sa, at that time, in 1992, kulang tayo sa competitive training and competition. So, for me, the more the competitions, the better for the athletes. Your Honor.
Agree.
So,
Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you.
President,
Thank
for
you.
indulging us. I knew that you would be able to enrich our
Thank you,
legislative records with your personal experiences.
Thank you.
That's the reason for the question. Thank you also to the sponsor for allowing me to. But yes,
Yeah, may I, Mr. President, just to also share a personal experience, Mr. President. I played for the Palarong Pambansa in 1992. We were given a Hall of Fame award in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, in Dumaguete City. And being part of the Palarong Pambansa, and I was listening attentively to the questions raised by the distinguished lady from Taguig City. And perhaps, Mr. President, if the question is where do you draw the line or where do you actually look for
the talents.
talents,
Yeah, that
whether
was
it's
the
in school
question.
or in the local government use. The answer, perhaps, Mr. President, is it depends on what particular sports are you talking
Yes.
about. For example, Mr. President, if you don't have a baseball ground, a football field in your own hometown, for instance, then there's no way, Mr. President, that you'll be able to train potential young athletes, Mr. President. And number two, Mr. President, just to put on record, I don't want to say this personally, but I was also a victim, Mr. President, of politicking when I played for my alma mater, the University of Santo Tomas. In fact, Mr. President, records will bail me out. I played in the 1994 UAAP Championship, UST versus LaSalle. I played as a starting guard in that particular year, the championship game. The next year, Mr. President, I was asked to pretend that I am injured, so I won't be able to play to give way for the son of a city mayor. I would just like to put that on record because to caution also our colleagues in ensuring that there will be no politicking, Mr. President, because if this will continue to go on, and I am sure it's still ongoing, Mr. President, I am sure, hindi na mapipili yung magagaling, hindi na mapipili yung mga deserving kasi kung kamag-anak ni Mayor lang, o kung kakilala lang, magbibigay ng incentive, hindi na pagalingan. Eh yung meaning ng sports na Tagalog ay palakasan, eh ibang meaning na po, palakasan na talaga. So yun lang po ang aking caution, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues.
Mr.
And thank you,
President,
Mr. President.
opposite na po dito sa Senado. Kahit injured ka rito, but you are required to play. Kaya tayo nanalo as champion sa UNTV Cup.
We have to say also, Mr. President, that the chairperson made a lot of 3-point baskets, Mr. President. That's why we won the championship. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, congratulations pala. I saw the trophy that you won. Yung sa championship trophy. Ano yata, Hall of Famer na rin yata kayo, di ba? Ang Senate basketball team?
Hindi pa.
Hindi pa ba? Ah, okay.
Nandun ka, nag-cheer ka eh. Thank you, Mr.
I think
President.
last.
Yes,
I
yes.
just took a picture with our staff majority leader today. And it was a big trophy that they showed me. Ano kaya yun? Si Sir Golding. Si DG Gold, DepSec Golding. Oh.
Ay, hindi yun.
Ibang
hindi yun
game,
Hall of-
ibang
hindi
tournament
Hall of
yun.
Fame yun. Kanya, ano yun, oldest player siya.
Mr. President, with the discussion, I will add to that and somehow make my conclusion. Definitely, I understand the position, the experience of His Honor the Senate President, that under the leadership of the Philippine Sports Commission, just by the nature of its structure, you will have the participation of more sports, no? Because the NSAs obviously work closely with PSC. Again, it's a leadership issue pa rin because as His Honor had pointed out, there were years that there were no PNG games.
Correct.
So this representation fully supports the statement made by the Senate President that the more games there are, the better our athletes will be. There's no argument there. We really support that. What we are concerned about are the need to be very clear in the role, the specific roles of PNG and PSC and how they will work together. There's a provision here about the need to work together, but that is usually not enough. We need to be more specific, Mr. President, to avoid both overlapping and conflicting understandings of their respective roles. So to get more clarity, Mr. President, my next question is, there is a statement here in the bill that says that something to the effect that the PNG shall serve as a country's premier national sports competition and venue for the discovery of potential national elite athletes. So again, when I think of different NSAs, and again, the Senate President has an NSA that he shepherds, the NSAs take full responsibility and have a calendar of activities for the development of their sport in their own national competition. And from what I know, it's the NSA's competition that serve as the venue for the discovery of these national and elite athletes. Sila yung nagde-determine. So for example, I am a triathlete. I used to do a lot of triathlons. And so magkakaroon ng national triathlon event, and there was just one a week ago, and doon nila dinidetermine yung ranking. So I just want to be sure that there's no conflict here, because if I read the law, sinasabi ngayon dito na this is the premier national sports competition, but the NSAs have their own premier sports competition. So ayoko magka-conflict doon dahil minsan I know it is quite clear that it's still the NSAs who will determine who their national athlete is, but are you giving them the freedom to also determine the final roster of their national teams and not as dictated by the outcome of the PNG? Just want to be clear.
Itong PNG po, Mr. President, it's a government organized competition, while our NSAs have their own competition naman po, no? And yung sinabi nyo kanina, to determine the rankings. Diba? More competitions rin po. Gaya ng sinabi ng ating Senate President kanina, more competitions, the better for our athletes to train more at maging mahasa sila sa kanilang pagiging atleta.
Mr. President, to be clear, my question is, when I read the bill, it states that the PNG shall serve as the country's premier and national sports competition. So His Honor basically said that he supports the statement of the Senate President that more competitions are good. This representation also supports it. But the question is, will the PNG serve as the premier national sports competition to determine, well, it says for the discovery of potential national and elite athletes, and take precedence, or will be more, the outcomes here are more important than the own competitions hosted and organized by the NSAs, because from what I know, it's the reverse. So we need to in other words, what I'm saying is we might need to amend this if in fact PSC recognizes that each NSA can have the freedom to determine their national team, because based on the existing sports laws that we have, that is the POC and the NSA that makes those decisions, not as the results of the PNG.
Correct, Mr. President. I think
Right.
ito pong ating NSA rin po ang finally mamimili, no, kung sino po ang kanilang at mga athletes na pipiliin magko-compete sa Olympics for qualifying. At I think co-equal naman po itong government initiated competition like PNG kumpara doon sa mga competition initiated by the NSAs, Mr. President.
So siguro i-clarify natin yun, ano? Because when you look at the responsibilities of the different agencies and institutions, for the particular PNG games, it says it's the local government that will choose, and then the NSA's role in the games is to set the qualifications of the participants. But again, that statement that I read, which is on page 2, line 4, may be misinterpreted. So if His Honor is agreeing with me, then I will happily make an amendment at the proper time to clarify that it is still the NSA. And may the record show that the Senate President was nodding his head when I was explaining this.
Yes, you're absolutely correct,
Thank you.
Madam.
We can clarify this during the period
Kasi
of
we all have our
amendments.
own selection. So nagkakaroon kami ng national championships for selection for
Yeah.
national team players, which we submit to the PSC as the national players for arnis, for chess, for basketball, etc. Sa mga basketballista ng Pilipinas, SBP also is the one that chooses the lineup for the national team. So, kami naman, we look at the Philippine National Games as another venue for our national athletes to participate, train, and practice.
Train more. Oh, yes.
And pag natatalo sila dyan, actually, to be honest, pag natatalo sila dyan, yung nagtalo sa aming national player, we automatically sometimes seed him or her. So kinukuha na namin as part of the training pool. Kasi pag tinalo niya dun sa Philippine National Games, magaling na bata yun. But yes, the gentle lady from Taguig is correct. The NSA is the one that submits to the POC together with the PSC, the National Athletes Pool.
Yeah, because the problems that may arise from this language is baka may mag-insist na LGU na ang bata ko yung nanalo dyan. Bakit sa ranking ng NSA mo? Number 5 pa lang siya. Nanalo siya ng PNG. Sabi dito sa batas, it's the country's premier national sports competition. So that's just the reason
We
why
can clarify this
we need to clarify, yes.
during the period of interpolation,
Yes,
Mr. President.
I think we agree in principle, so let's just avoid the conflict that may arise from that. And because the reason for this also is we want every NSA to be very transparent in the selection process, just like Senator Joel experienced. We want to avoid those situations na may mga gray areas. So if we will say that one competition is the premier and the others are not, then the weight there would be an assumption that the weight given to the outcome there is heavier than others, and we need to be very clear about these things, Mr. President. Thank you. Just a minor observation, Mr. President. In still on page 2, we refer to the PNG Games. It says it shall be composed of a competition on sports for regular athletes and a competition on sports designed for para-athletes. I think we shouldn't call them regular athletes. We just call them athletes and para-athletes. It somehow gives a connotation that the other athletes are not regular athletes when you already have identified them as para-athletes. Yeah.
We can delete that, Mr. President.
Yes. Thank you. And also just so that we can clean up the bill, para-athletes or athletes with disabilities. Athletes with disabilities are the para-athletes, so there's no
Correct,
reason to
Mr.
use
President.
two different terms.
Correct, Mr. President.
Yes,
We can
thank you.
delete that.
And then I just want to Mr. President, also for consistency, on page 2, line 4 to 9, it refers, the reference to the LGUs is different provinces, and then it goes on to highly urbanized cities. But later on, in line 16 to 18, it refers to local government units in the countryside covering all provinces, cities, municipalities, and barangays. So maybe there's a need to clarify if it's just this is a province-led versus it's a province-led, but obviously the
And
province
cities,
will
diba?
get from their municipalities and barangay and any component city, but it's a province-led. Is that how it works?
They are represented by each provinces, but we still encourage the cities. They may participate, Mr. President.
No, but isn't letter B just encouraging?
Yung mga municipalities, Mr. President, sa provinces na po sila maaring sumali. Yun ang provinces po ang kanilang i-represent.
Anyway, like I said, Mr. President, for consistency, line 9 only refers to provinces, but there are other lines in the bill where it mentions municipalities and barangays. So let's just take a look at it and see. I understand if the reference to the other LGUs is in terms of recruiting or ensuring there's participation from as many barangays and municipalities as possible, but who would be the LGU in charge of their team should be clear. If it's
Yes,
it's
we
the
can
LGU,
clarify
then,
that,
yeah.
Mr.
Yun lang naman, Mr. President, para maliwanag. And then
Take note yung natin to clarify.
di ba there's a part where it says the primary goals? Which one? Ito. Page 2. Okay. So my reading of still on page 2, still on section 3, lines 11 to 24, on PNG's purpose and objective, it appears to be really for the development of elite sports. No, that is my understanding. Kasi provide a framework for a truly integrated, comprehensive national sports program, linking grassroots to elite sports development, and then encourage all local government to promote sports, to ensure as a venue for the NSA in promoting the respective sport, to widen the base for talent identification. Is my understanding correct that the main objective is talent identification? And I'm tying it to the paragraph that starts on line 4 that says it's the country's premier national sports competition. Or is the goal also to promote sports and wellness and health and an active population just engaging in sports and embracing a healthier lifestyle?
Ang primary objective natin dito, Mr. President, is promote sports program. Of course, linking grassroots
Okay.
sports promotion.
Okay.
Yeah.
So since grassroots and sports promotion in general is the primary, then His Honor would be open to amendments to strengthen that. Para
Yes.
lang naman hindi lang kasi ang concern natin is yung funding ng mga LGU, gusto naman natin hindi lang nila i-focus dun sa pinakamagaling sa kanila kasi ang nangyayari, we have a very big divide between the elite players and the grassroots. Parang nagninitpick tayo, nag-aantay lang tayo ng superstar, which we have a healthier citizenry kung mas marami ang program na nai-invest sa mga maraming sports. Tapos, eventually, maybe not, definitely not overnight, but eventually, mas malaki yung base na pagpipilian ng magagaling na athletes. So, if, and I let the record show His Honor is nodding his head, agrees with that, then we'll propose amendment just to strengthen that grassroots component, no, and the objective.
Yes, Mr. President, we're open for amendments.
Thank you. So I'd also I'll move on to Section 5, sporting events. It says here that the sporting events are aligned with sporting events participated by the Philippines in the Southeast Asian Games, Asian Para Games, Asian Games, Asian Para Games, Olympics, Paralympic Games, and other international sports competition. So, do I understand this clearly that the last line, the other sports competition, will allow the PNG to showcase or to have like as a demonstration sport, new sports? And I asked for transparency, one of the sports that I'm very familiar with, that I'm actually a key proponent in pushing is paddle, which is still not in the Olympics, not in the Southeast Asian Games, but we're pushing it in Asia, especially because we recognize that the Philippines might have a advantage because we are moving very swiftly and efficiently in promoting this particular sport. So open tayo dyan, whether
Yes,
it's paddle or some other
yes,
new sport.
we are open to that, Mr. President, like paddle sports.
Okay.
The one you introduced a while
Yes,
ago.
we
yeah.
introduced His Honor earlier. Thank you for that. Mr. President, let me go back to Section 4. Athletes and para-athletes who will form part of the delegation of the participating provinces and cities to the PNG must be Filipinos by birth or whose parents are of Filipino ancestry or have been naturalized as Filipinos by law. I have a couple of questions, but my first question is, are we actually going to go that route? Like katulad nung ginagawa natin dito, nagre-recognize tayo ng mga foreigner. Wag naman sana kasi it's a very tedious and to a certain extent costly process kasi nag-i-import tayo. Pwede bang hindi nakasama yon? Yung talagang natural, yung LGU na mag-i-import, Mr. President, medyo mabigat ang loob ko dyan. Ang gusto ko, kung naturalized by law siya, kasi yung buong pamilya niya na naturalized ng dahil nga they have been residing here for how many years, maybe we can strengthen this with residency. Kasi, sorry to say, Mr. President, but this is only prevalent in basketball. And for all my love of the sport that my brothers love also, and I also grew up in a house that has a half basketball court, there are other sports in this country, and I really don't want us to go in that direction, Mr. President.
We can remove that, Mr. President, para purely Filipino-blooded na lang talaga.
Or we can, if we will include it, I don't want to discriminate about those who are really residents here, their families are residents here, and they were naturalized, the whole family was naturalized, pero wag yung hinahanap natin, tapos ina-naturalize ng LGU. Mahirap po yun, Mr. President. So if we agree on that, I can move to my next point. But my other question here is, line 10, no athlete or para-athlete shall carry, represent, or promote any public or private organization, enterprise, or sponsor in the PNG. So, In a lot of NSAs, it's possible that they have sponsors for their existing athletes. Does it just mean that for the PNG Games, do not wear a uniform with the sponsors? Because they may already have contracts. So you cannot, what do you want them to do? To disregard their contract or just not to wear? Because I'm familiar with that. I have joined triathlon events where, because I was part of the national team, we were asked to literally, if you have a sponsor on your jersey, you cover it with tape. Eh di pagawa ka na lang ng walang sponsor kasi ang pangit naman nakatape.
Maybe, Mr. President, we can waive that or we can remove that, Mr. President.
But
Kasi
there may-
minsan, yung iba, may mga sponsor na nga, di ba?
Yun nga. But there may be a reason, Mr. President, so I'm very open to listening to why mas gusto natin na wala. Napipressure ba? Na meron? Nakakaawa ba yung wala? I'm very open to hear what was the reasoning for that. I just don't want to discriminate those who already have sponsors. Because kung bawal.
Sayang rin, Mr. President, kung sinong gustong tumulong sa ating mga atleta, no? So, we can remove
Open na
this.
tayo.
We can remove this provision.
Okay.
We can be open.
And then
on that.
I would suggest baka meron naman ding limitation kasi although these are already adults no, I can understand sa palaro kasi the sponsors require you to do some promotional efforts no. So I think in the palaro where they're under 18, pwede sigurong i-limit 'yon, 'di ba? Kasi mga bata anong gagawin nila? Magti-TikTok pa sila. Ito naman 18 and above. So maybe but we have to be guided, no, Mr. President. If we're going to allow, let's have a line there that they're clearly guided by existing laws, di ba? Kasi may mga products na bawal i-endorse. For the record, one of the products I always mention here, yung mga vape, bawal yan na mag-endorse ang athlete. Pero may nakikita akong nag-endorse. So either ignorant or blatantly disregarding the law. So PSC, can we ask Mr. President, the resource person, to issue a memo to all the NSAs to be sure that they are aware that there are products, whether it's liquor or cigarettes or vapes that bawal. Kasi may nakikita ko, pwede kong ibulong sa inyo mamaya kung anong sport yung nakikita kong may ini-endorse.
So it is now well noted by the PSC officials, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I'm coming to an end. Anyway, there's still a period of amendment where, in the interest of proposing the right language, we may ask a few more clarificatory questions, if it's okay.
Yes, we are open to amendments at the appropriate time, Mr. President. We can introduce it.
Thank you. Siguro, Mr. President, yung iti-take note ko lang dito is one of the obligations of DepEd is to allow the use of its sports facilities, school buildings, and classrooms as may be necessary. DepEd kasi has a severe shortage of classrooms. So, I would suggest that I will make an amendment to propose that the higher education institutions would be the first to provide their facilities, considering that the athletes are also college age, no? Para before natin guluhin yung mga schools ng mga bata, dun muna tayo sa schools ng higher education institutions, Mr. President.
DepEd talaga. According to PSC officials, Mr. President, nagagamit po yung DepEd facility since mas marami, no, ang itong mga DepEd schools natin than the CHED SUCs. So ang naging priority po nila na gamitin ay itong mga pasilidad po ng ating as billeting po, Mr. President.
Yeah, but Mr. President, you normally would have a host city or host country, a host city or host province, right? So normally that host province or city are assessed on their capacity. So my whole point in making that mentioning that I will make that amendment is to tell PSC that ito yung ipaprioritize nyo nga. Hindi ko naman ho tinatanong kung ano yung ginagawa nila. Sinasabi ko sa kanila kung ano yung dapat nilang gawin.
We can put that in the bill, Mr. President. Naunahin natin ang CHED.
Yun lang naman naunahin lang. Yun lang naman po
according
yung,
to priority, then the DepEd.
Oo. And sometimes also the LGU itself, di ba? They also have other facilities. Yung ihuli lang ang DepEd kasi nga pag mga bagyo, DepEd pa rin, di ba? Naiipit ho yung mga bata dahil dito sa mga summer events that we do not foresee. And then ito naman we foresee, so let's try to limit the disturbance of the regular classes.
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. President, in the interest of due to the fact that we have so many bills lined up for tonight, I'll make my next topic very short, no? But we have an existing bill on the So we have a law on the Student Athletes Protection Act, and here we ensure that a student athlete has a right to play in the school of their choice, and that their priority, but they cannot be forced if there are national games representing the country. May mga ganung provisions tayo, existing na yan sa batas natin. So there's a provision here which states that, ito siguro yung tungkol sa concerns ng mga piracy. It says here that no athlete who participated in a local sports competition organized by a local sports council and subsequently represented the provincial or city sport delegation shall be permitted to transfer and represent another provincial or city sports delegation. If I may suggest, we clarify this, because if it's simply because pinapirate sila, tapos papapalitan yung address, I understand. We don't want this kind of piracy. But if they legitimately transfer, ba't nyo naman ipipinalize yung bata yung bata or young athlete, kasi baka 18, 19, 20, 21 na, paano kung lumipat na siya ng school, tapos base na siya sa Manila, or base na siya sa Cebu, na dati base siya sa ganon, paano ba yun? Hindi na siya pwede maglaro? Parang there's something problematic with a very strong prohibition.
We can clarify this during the period of amendments.
Sige, baka we can have the resource person can discuss it with His Honor and our team, because we don't want this piracy thing becoming a problem, but we also want to respect the right of this athlete to live where they want to live, kung lumipat ang pamilya niya, kung sabi niyo nga iba matanda na nag-asawa or nag-aaral sa ibang lugar. And then in connection with this also, I think it might be important to say something here about the calendar of the school-based leagues like the UAAP and NCCA, kasi ang NCAA, kasi what we don't want to happen is we've heard a lot yung parang magkunyari kang pilay ka para hindi ka maglaro dyan. Ayaw natin ng ganyan, Mr. President. So maybe we can just have a staff-to-staff meeting about this. How do we address it? And then what are the priorities? Because the priority should be, if you ask me, of course, national team. Kung maglalaro sila sa ibang bansa, di naman sila pwedeng ipilitin nung LGU nila. Gawin naman natin kasalanan yun kung pinilit sila ng LGU nila na wag sumali sa isang national competition, di ba? And then what if may competition din sa university-wide or college-wide associations that their school is affiliated with. So let's clarify all that, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. President. Maraming salamat.
Yun lang, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Senator Cayetano, thank you very much.
Mr. President?
Yes,
I move that we suspend consideration of Senate Bill number 2514.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2560 under Committee Report number 204. This is the bill on the Anti-Financial Account Scamming Act, AFASA. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
The
Do I
Parliament
recognize you as a sponsor as well?
Yes. The parliamentary status of this bill is that we have closed the period of interpellation with the consent of the body, and there being no committee with the consent of the body and there being no committee amendments. I move to open the period of individual amendments and recognize the very competent Senator Mark Villar. I so move, Mr. President.
You recognize yourself. Yes. With adjectives pa. Yes, the good gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. In accordance with Rule 29, Section 82, Paragraph 2 of the Rules of the Senate, and with consent of the body, this representation seeks to amend by substitution Senate Bill number 2560 under Committee Report number 204. After extensive interpolations and deliberations on the matter, this amendment by substitution addresses the collective amendments and legal issues pertaining to the bill. With that, Mr. President, and with the permission of the body, I move to amend the bill by deleting the entire text after the enacting clause and replacing the same with the provisions contained in the proposed amendment by substitution as filed with the Legislative Bills and Index Service and distributed to the senators yesterday, May 6, 2024. Further, I also move that the text thereof be considered as read into the record. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion is approved. Do you want to allow our colleagues to study the substitute bill further?
Yes, I move.
It's a substitute. Yeah. By substitution.
At this point, I move that we suspend consideration of the Senate Bill number 2560.
There being no objection to the motion is approved. Thank you, Majority Leader.
Mr. President, with the permission of the body, Senator Robin Hood Padilla would like to avail of the privileged hour. I move that he be recognized.
Our distinguished colleague from the province of Camarines Norte, Nueva Ecija, as well as adopted son of Mindanao, Senator Robin Hood Padilla is recognized.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, at sa ating pinunong mayorya. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Bismillahi wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mahal na Pangulo, ito pong mga nagdaang araw ay napakalaking hudyat para sa buong bayan ang magkaroon po ng mga tinatawag nating damdaming makabayan. Ito po ay nakikita natin hindi lamang sa bulwagan ng Senado, kung hindi pati sa bulwagan ng malaking kapulungan, pati na rin po sa iba't ibang ahensya, iba't ibang pribadong sektor ng bansa. Ang pagmamahal sa bayan ay umiigting dahil po sa nangyayari sa West Philippine Sea. Ngayon, mahal na Pangulo at pinunong mayorya, sa mga kagalang-galang na miyembro ng lupon na ito, tumitindig po ako sa pulpito ngayong hapon, gabi na, sa bisa ng personal at kolektibong pribileyo na iginawad ng sambayanang Pilipino. Hayaan po ninyong bahagya ko pong dalhin ang ating imahinasyon sa pagbabalik tanaw sa mayabong at makulay na kasaysayan ng ating minamahal na bayan. Ginoong Pangulo, sa mga baybayin na mga isla sa kanluran ng Dagat Pasipiko, matatanaw na nakadaong ang mga bangka na gawa sa matitibay na kahoy. Kung tawagin ang mga ito ay balangay o balanghay na siyang ginagamit ng ating mga ninuno sa pakikipagkalakalan sa ating mga kalapit na lupain tulad ng China, Java at Borneo. At ganun din po, kapag tiningnan po natin at sinaliksik ang kasaysayan ng tinatawag po na Austronesian languages o Austronesian race, makikita po natin doon na kapabilang po tayo. At ang ating mga ninuno ay tunay na mga seafarers. Katunayan, nakarating po sila hanggang sa Madagascar. At sa pagdating ng mga unang konkistador, lulan ng mga malalaki at magagarang galyon at bapor sa ating kapuluan noong ika-15 siglo, lalong naging kilala ang paggamit ng mga sasakyang pandagat sa mga maharlika. At sa kalagitnaan ng kolonisasyon hanggang sa pagtatapos ng revolusyon sa ating bayan, hindi lumipas ang paggamit ng mga barko na bumubuo sa armada na naatasang magbigay proteksyon sa ating kapuluan mula sa mga dayuhan at lokal na mananakop. Ngayon po, tatalon na po tayo sa kontemporaryong panahon, sa kasalukuyan. Lulan ng mga modernong sasakyang pandagat ang mga kalalakihan at kababaihan nakasuot ng kanilang mga kulay abong combat uniform na sumumpa ng katapatan sa bandila upang proteksyonan ang ating karagatan, pangalagaan ang ating kinabukasan. Ika nga sa Ingles, protecting the seas, securing our future. Sila po ay miyembro ng isa sa mga mahalagang sangay ng ating sandatahang lakas. Sila po ang hukbong dagat ng Pilipinas. Hindi naman po kaila sa atin ang importanteng papel na ginagampanan ng bawat 24 na 500 active personnel ng Philippine Navy. Kabilang na dito ang 10,300 kasapi ng Philippine Marine Corps. Hindi po biro ang ginagawa nilang pagpapatakbo ng mahigit 100 kagamitan na kinabibilangan ng mga barkong pandigma, mga tangke, mga eroplano at mga unmanned aerial vehicles upang siguruhin ang kaayusan sa ating karagatan. Gayunpaman, naniniwala ang isang eksperto na nahuhuli pa rin ang ating hukbong dagat pagdating sa naval capacity kumpara sa mga kapitbahay nating bansa dito sa Timog Silangang Asya. Bagamat may mga pagkaantala na sa implementasyon ng AFP Modernization Program, naniniwala po tayo sa sinserong hangarin ng ating pamahalaan upang mapondohan ang ating pagbili ng mga kinakailangang kagamitan upang palakasin pa at mas maging makabago ang ating sandatahang lakas. Sa gitna ng napakahalagang papel na ginagampanan ng Philippine Navy sa pangangalaga ng ating republika, nananatili po ang kanilang pagharap sa mga hamon na kung tutuusin ay dapat hindi nakasama sa kanilang mga inaalala. Ginoong Pangulo, isa sa mga isinangguni ng hukbong sandatahan ang regular nilang problema sa daungan ng kanilang mga sasakyang pandagat, lalo na ang ating pinakabagong barkong pandigma. Sa paglalayag po ng ating mga sasakyang pandagat, batid naman po na bahagi ng operasyon ang maintenance activities, gayon din ang pagre-refuel at reprovisioning. Sa proseso po ng pagdaong, ipinaabot ng ating barkong pandigma sa kanyang operational commander ang intensyon na dumaong upang mag-refuel at mag-resupply sa mga ports ng bansa. Pagkatapos nito, ipagbibigay alam naman ng operational commander sa Naval Installation Facility Commander na magpapaabot naman ng intensyon sa Philippine Ports Authority. Ang PPA naman po ang kakausap sa sinumang umuupa sa kanilang daungan upang magkaroon ng clearance ang pagdak. Kadalasan po, umaabot po ng 4 hanggang 48 oras, 48 hours, bago mabigyang pahintulot o espasyo sa mga daungan ang ating Philippine Navy. Depende rin po sa permisong ibibigay ng pribadong sektor kung gaano sila katagal maaaring manatili sa daungan. Bagamat merong memorandum of understanding sa pagitan ng Navy at PPA, prioridad po ay nananatiling nasa pribadong mga customers o kliyente. Kung kaya't kahit mabigyan sila ng pwesto, pinapalipat o pinapaalis pa rin sila upang magtungo sa anchorage area. Ang resulta po nito, mga delays sa kanilang mga misyon dahil sa tagal ng inihintay bago makapag-refuel. Gayon din ang mas mabilis na wear and tear ng mga sasakyang pandagat dahil sa nahuhuling inspeksyon at maintenance procedures. Ginoong Pangulo, ang inyo pong lingkod ay kumakatok sa puso ng ating private sector na naway maging mas maluwag kayo sa pag-accommodate sa ating hukbo. Simple lamang po ang ating panawagan. Ang mabigyan naman po ng access ang Philippine Navy vessels sa ating mga ports sa ilalim ng Philippine Ports Authority. Umaasa rin po tayo na mabigyan ng puwang ang pagkakaroon ng convergence projects sa pagitan ng PPA at Navy sa pamamagitan ng mother agencies nito na Department of Transportation at Department of Defense. Tulad po ito ng TICAS program sa pagitan ng Department of Public Works and Highways at DND. Marahil po ay makakatulong rin kung magiging bahagi na ng kontrata at mga future concession agreements ang access ng ating hukbo sa mga daungan. My goodness naman, mahal na Ginoong Pangulo, saan naman po tayo makakakita ng ganito? Sarili nating hukbo? Walang karapatan sa mga port natin? Pambihira, mahal na Pangulo. Paano po yung mga binibili nating mga bagong barko? Hindi naman po yan po pwede na laging nasa laot. Dapat po yan, mahal na Pangulo, meron po yan bahay. Meron po yan isang lugar na siya ay dadaong para naman po pinapatay yung makina at yung barko ay nakakapagpahinga. Dahil kapag ang barko po ay nasa laot, patuloy pong tumatakbo ang makina niyan. Ibig pong sabihin, kung walang pahinga yung barko, sandali lang ang buhay nito. At hindi naman po siguro katanggap-tanggap na itong sitwasyon natin ngayon na tayong lahat. Lalahatin ko na po, ang lahat ng Pilipino sa oras na ito ay nag-aalab ang damdamin upang ipagtanggol ang ating bansa sa ginagawa ng ating kapitbahay na pang-aabuso sa atin. Pero, ang katotohanan pala, yung ating mga ports, ay hindi binibigyan ng tamang karapatan ang ating hukbong dagat. Higit po sa lahat, humihingi po tayo ng kooperasyon mula sa mga pribadong sektor bilang bahagi na rin ng ating bithiing magkaroon ng whole of government. Ang sarap pakinggan. Whole of nation. Ang sarap talaga. Whole of society approach sa pagpapaigting ng ating seguridad sa ating bansa. Sana ay makarating po ito sa ating mga kababayang lip service. Puro bibig! Ito, kailangan nating aksyonan. Hindi naman po lingid sa ating kaalaman ang tumitinding sitwasyon sa Timog Dagat China, sa West Philippine Sea, bunsod ng mga agresibong aksyon ng kabilang panig. Nararapat lamang na magkaroon tayo ng mga hakbangin sa paghahanda sa anumang senaryo na maaaring maganap sa ating bayan. Ginoong Pangulo, kayo po ay aming tinitingala sa inyong pagmamahal sa ating armed forces. Kaya po sana, kasama ang minamahal kong mga kasama dito sa bulwagang ito. Kayo po ang tatanungin ko po. Ano po ang maaari nating magawa upang maging mas handa sa mga posibilidad na maaari nating harapin, gusto man natin o hindi. Kung kaya po ng ibang nasyon na tulungan ng ating bansa, tulad na lamang na nagaganap na balikatan exercises ng ating hukbo kasama ang mga sundalo ng Amerika, nararapat lamang siguro po, Ginoong Pangulo, na asahan din natin ang suporta at tulong ng mga pribadong sektor nating mga kababayan. Marahil po ay maliit na bagay ito para sa ilan. Ngunit Milya-milya po ang maaari nitong magawang tulong para sa ating hukbong pandagat at sa buong sandatahang lakas ng Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo.
Maraming salamat po, Senator Robin Hood Padilla. Maraming salamat din sa pagbigay ng impormasyon na yan. May we ask the Majority Leader, I'll ask for a minute suspension. Session suspended for a minute. Baka pwede mo na-refer.
Mr. President, I'd like to first greet officials from the Philippine Navy who are here with us today. Commodore John Percy Alcos, Commander, sorry. Commander John Percy Alcos, Commander Joy Almojeva, and Commander Percival Matias.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, ating mga kasamahan sa AFP.
And Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Padilla to the Committee on Public Services. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion is approved.
I'd like to...
Yes, Senator Pimentel is recognized or majority?
Nakakabahala yung mga ibinahagi ni Senator Padilla sa ating ngayong gabi. But sabi ko nga, because of the lateness of the hour, baka doon na lang natin i-pursue yung mga katanungan natin sa committee hearing na lang po on this matter. But pasalamatan gusto kong pasalamatan si Senator Padilla for bringing this to our attention. And mabuti sa mga Navy officers natin tama rin po yan, magsalita naman po kayo. I mean, magsalita kayo para malaman namin yung sitwasyon na nangyayari. Nakakabahala. That is all I can say as of the moment. This is alarming, Mr. President.
Yes, and alam mo, bilang suporta sa ating Armed Forces of the Philippines, I think lahat po tayo across the board dito ay sumusuporta sa ating mga mahal na miyembro ng Armed Forces of the Philippines. Napapasalamat kami sa inyo, Senator Robin Padilla, sa pagbulgar nitong nangyayari sa ating mga Navy personnel. At itong meron nga pong hearing for the information of the body. We have a hearing on Tuesday. I requested it since I filed the resolution asking about the state of Philippine airports in the country. Isabay na natin yung seaports kasi nandyan na yung DOTR, darating na yung DOTR. sabay na natin yung PPA, yung mga seaports, para sa ganun, masagot po nila yung mga katanungan ni Senator Robin Hood Padilla. At dapat priority number 1 talaga sa ating mga ports ang ating Navy and Coast Guard vessels at pati PNP Maritime Services. Dapat sila ay priority number 1. Yan ang dapat unahin sa lahat. So talagang saludo po ako sa inyo and keep up the good work. Thank you, Majority Leader. Session suspended for 1 minute.
We adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Wednesday, May 8, 2024.
There being no objection to the motion of the majority, the hardworking, dashing, debonair Majority Floor Leader, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wednesday, May 8, 2024. Have a good and safe evening, everyone.